Jones, and I'm here to tell you folks, the world has fallen. The fascist globalist overlords, they're implementing the Great Reset. You don't believe me? I've seen the tapes. Watch it, folks. Watch as these pot-bellied Zoomer goblins work with the Illuminati to pit us against each other. I promise I'd be a good boy.
Ugh, I'm a good boy.
There's only one cure, folks, and that's liberty. And there's no better channel to find freedom than Fabian Liberty. Anarchy is order. Government is civil war.
You're offensive. Police lives matter?
We're just trying to do school.
What?
You guys have the same sticker the other.
But this is our space. You're making the space uncomfortable. But you're white.
You're fucking a white male!
What is one way you combat racism? I don't root for white people on the sidewalk.
They want your wallets, they want your guns, they want the wieners off your sons. Democrats.
Oh, no. Oh, we should film it.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
Just one small problem. Sell their houses to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman! Vaccine!
Children, they're spreading COVID throughout the population at higher numbers. And people are not entitled to turn themselves into deadly biological weapons by spraying disease-laden aerosols wherever they choose, randomly killing innocent people. This is not freedom, this is homicide, and willful ignorance is no excuse.
What the fuck?
Highest margin of victory yet. It's really impressive. Though, I'm starting to think he might have had help from the Russians.
Look at me, I'm a gay frog. I'm so cool, I'm so neat. I'll never have children and I'm sterilized. But the media says I'm totally cool. I'm a gay frog, I'm a gay fish. It's so good that I think my daddy actually is.
So I'm in a really weird place in my weight loss journey, my fitness journey, which is where like I'm still fat, right? Like I'm still a fatty, but I don't like I don't engage in the world like a fatty, if that makes sense. Like I look at food that's bad for you as poison now. I don't do things to avoid expending too much energy, right? Like I have a mentality of going to the gym every day. I see gains. It's cool. And on top of that, like I'm not really like morbidly obese or anything anymore, right? Like I'm fat, but I'm not like, hey, should you sit there fat? Right? I mean, maybe I am still because I'm giant, but that's never going away. And it's like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I'm just spitballing here. I'm not really saying anything of substance while people come in, but it is a weird feeling. It feels weird to like be simultaneously like this in-between phase It's almost like you know, like when you get a haircut when you're a kid, and you keep getting your haircut short because you can't commit to like growing it out long, and then one day, I mean, girls I think especially will know about this, and then one day you're like, no, fuck this, I'm gonna grow my hair out long, like it's gonna happen. But then there's that phase in between the short hair and the long hair that's just like really fucking ugly. But you're like, no, I'm committed. Like, it's different this time. I don't know. Little bits thought before we started the show that I was already 3 beers in. I'm not a big drinker. Like I said in chat, I'm not a big drinker. People are in the Discord talking about fucking Latinx. Get in here, bitches. Am I going to do the Disney Pixar tier list this stream? I'm ready. Let me put this back now. Hey, Opera. Stop doing this. There we go. Opera be a bitch sometimes. But yeah, I'm definitely doing that this stream. But I mean, I'm not doing it right this second. We're gonna warm up. We're gonna chit chat for a little while. I'm gonna do another music reaction because I like to do music reactions on Wednesdays. They're fun. Talk about them from a political perspective. I guess I'm probably going to end up like the very last person that doesn't hate me. I saw a video claim wait, where are you? Okay. Claim the Incredibles was objectivist propaganda or something. I don't know where they're getting that. I mean, I guess it's kind of there. Sometimes I think propaganda is very interesting because propaganda puts in a concept of intentionality, right? Like, but sometimes things aren't intentional when we look back on it, right? So like, there's an assumption everything is propaganda if you look at it microscopically. I mean, yes, but furthermore, like there's an assumption when you make media. And so this is going to be an objectivist take, obviously, right? I believe that art is objective. And because art is objective, well, I know that art is objective. It's a fact. People can get mad about it all they want. But that's just because they don't understand basic philosophy. But maybe not basic. Basic is an overused word. They don't understand the philosophy of objectivism to understand that once you get it, it's, oh, okay, this is a fact, right? So art is objective in the sense that the values and the worldview and the idealized self, such that it is present when the artist creates art. And communal art is similar, but obviously a little bit different because, you know, projects like Disney films and things like that have like a ton of people working on them. Oh, there we go. Sorry, I had to fix it to live chat because I was not seeing all of the messages because Shark Eyes have, like, your comments are hidden by the by YouTube algorithm. You probably said one too many trigger words that showed that you weren't a leftist at some point. Yeah, so like all of the values are represented in any piece of work. And when a piece of work is like made by a company, you know, now you have like 1,000 different hands in that pie, right? And so what I find interesting about those big communal projects is twofold. One is that there will always be propaganda because there will always be a company culture or the objective values and the worldview of the people that lived and made that art. And that art is going to be a time capsule, right? It's going to showcase the representation of what how those people viewed the world and what they had capable and what they were able of doing in that time, in that place, in that company, right? And also representative, kind of like if you look at it from a systems theory perspective, where like the institution has an influence on society and society has an influence on the institution, because movies have a market demand. Your audio is low. Testing, 1 2 1 2. Maybe I was just like turning to look to you guys a little bit. Like when I'm looking straight forward, it peaks, and when like I look over at the screen like this, sometimes it doesn't perfectly pick up. Softer compared to the music? Well, the music is at 2%. Because this is the music peaking out. Right, the music is at 2%. I can see the levels on OBS and I can see the levels on Sonar. I think your whole audio, John Jacob, is just quiet. Like, I think you just need to turn your volume up. You're too old to be watching Disney movies? Not true, number one. Number two, this is mostly going to be about what we should look at and how we value it in society. I don't know what to tell you, John Jacob. I don't know how to help you with that. Like my volume is capped out, and when I talk into the microphone, it goes into the yellow. Right? Like I don't want my audio peaking and gaining, you know what I mean? Like I can maybe edit the filters. Testing. Sorry. A little bit. Let me go to Sonar. Because, I mean, I have heard this from people a little bit. So let me open up the noise gate a little bit. There's no compression or noise reduction. Testing, 1 2 1 2. All right, and then let me bring up my levels a little bit. Bring up my highs a little bit. Give me a second, I'm doing EQ stuff. Bring up my mids a little bit. I'm not going to get crazy with it. All right, is that a little better? Maybe that's a little bit better, but I'm not doing much more than that, or I'm going to end up messing up my levels. Yeah, little bits. I'm not going to, no offense, I'm not going to listen to the person that claimed I was drinking before the stream started and then came back to go, fuck 12, fuck 12. When, you know, I was about to say, maybe these guys have gone deaf to high frequency. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm peaking in OBS in the yellow, towards the end of the yellow. What does fuck 12 even mean? It means fuck the police. It means ACAB. 12 is just was like an LA call sign, I think. Little bits. No, I'm not. Shut the fuck up. Like the worst types of trolls on a stream are you. Like you're the worst type of troll on the stream. There is no worse troll that you can have on a live stream. Like, because like people that say the N-word, you know what I mean? Like you can just ban them, right? People that say messed up things, you just ban them. But the worst people are people that intentionally try to damage the stream. And there's basically two ways to do that. Say the N-word, clip it, and then report it, hoping to get the stream canceled. Or you lie about the audio quality or the video quality and try and get the person to like stop doing what they're doing, derail the stream, you know, give them some kind of anxiety about the audio issues, and then have them like working on it and usually end up making it worse because they're getting conflicting messages in chat. I trust John Jacob. So like I trust that like maybe I could bring my audio up just a little bit. The white tastes like Sour Patch Kids. The fuck are you talking about? Oh, the white monster. Yo. I was like, what is he talking about? Like white women? Like, I was trying to figure out if this is like some race thing, like some sexual thing. I was like, what do you mean the white tastes like, right? And then like my brain, like, because I'm ADHD, my brain went like, the schnozberries taste like schnozberries, right? Like just random things started popping in my head. I was like, is he calling me a window licker? Like, what's going on here? Oh God. I'm going to cut down the background music a little bit too, so for people that want to cut up the audio a bunch. If I cut it down any more, the music literally can't play because OBS can't hear it. You thought it was in some niche libertarian philosophy? Yeah, no, I don't think so. But yeah, no, I want to do a couple. I kind of just want to do some reactions, some fun stuff. We'll do that Disney Pixar thing. I tried finding Jack Lloyd's music. And the last one I found was Anti-State, because I thought from like a Twitter post that he had just released a song and I was going to check it out. But I guess the song is still in like Indiegogo. Also, for the record, because we're going to do, we do these music reactions sometimes in the beginning of the channel, and they're, politically focused music. Some are really good, some are really bad. Yeah, honest to God, Tim Pool's song I thought was actually pretty good. High res, kind of mid, we talked about that some. Last one we listened to was better than the one before. I don't remember what we gave it, maybe like a B or an A. I can't remember. I think it was like a B. But yeah, so sometimes, I think it's a fun way to start the show. So I'm going to listen to an old one, which I think is the last one to come out. If anybody is a big fan of Jack Lloyd or philosopher or philosopher, and Anti-State isn't the last one, because this was like a year ago. If there's a newer one, like, let me know, and I'll search for that one. But they don't have like a good, like, they don't have a channel dedicated just to their music, as far as I can find. It might be censored by YouTube, or it might just be like so low in views that like nobody wants to watch it. I don't know. But I like doing music breakdowns. So we'll get into that because you guys aren't quite that chatty yet. People are coming in. We'll have a little bit of fun. See if anybody wants to come in. Seems like the Discord wants to yell about fucking Latinx. Fucking. Here you go. Here's my opinion for those that aren't in the for those. Hold on, I'm typing in. Not in the stream. Latinx is big gay. I don't even actually know what they're saying. I just know that they're arguing about shit. I'm doing all right, Ariel. I'm just chilling. We're about to get into a music video reaction. I've been wanting to do a Disney tier list, a film tier list for a while now, which is one of the things I want to do tonight. Just because there's not a lot of, hold on, let me back up. The more that I'm in the political online space, the more that I realize that the overwhelming majority of large content creators have dumbed their content down to such a degree that while they have really good editing, and they have good, they have good editing, they have good, like they have plenty of content. The content keeps getting pumped out. It's all trash. And it's not trash because the content doesn't look good or it doesn't do well. Like, they just understand that they're writing an algorithm as opposed to trying to connect or build or grow an audience, because the audience comes after you figure out the algorithm. And like, I don't know how I feel about it. I feel somewhat disillusioned by it because it's not like that's something I really want to do. If you ever simply enjoy something without the political view, then later judge it. Derek, yes, but there's so many things with politics, like shoehorned in, that like I'll be enjoying something and then there will be like a moment that ruins it for me, right? Like I'll be watching a show or a movie or like listening to a song or something and be having a great time, and then like I hear some like politically dumb popular thing and I'm like, ugh. Right? It's honestly, it's one of the reasons why I've gotten so much into anime. Has been because it's like I can watch like dumb isekai shit and just like cut my brain off because there isn't like, I'm assuming some localizer hasn't gotten to it and attempted to throw in some shit that doesn't exist in the original. When I realized Avatar was just climate change and anti-colonial propaganda. I mean, like, leftist narratives are common within art. I mean, it's like, but it's fine if the story is that way. It's when it gets like, it gets away from the need to tell a story and make art to like browbeat you some like sloganeering thing that it just becomes tiresome. And it's like, I so much of our political content's like that. But I mean, like, go watch Geeks and Gamers. You know what I mean? Like, it's there every day if that's what you want to see. I want to get away from it. What about music? My favorite type of music is always made by communists. Yeah, I mean, I mean, that's true for me too, actually. I like a lot of metal and a lot of hip hop, and it's usually made by communists. I can even be fine with politics. I don't agree with if the story character world is placed. Yeah, exactly, Derek. Right? Like, I'm okay with politics that I disagree with. And some things are done really, really well, right? Like, so obviously it's not woke. You had an immortal technique phase. That's fair. Obviously it's not woke, but like, for example, how a realist hero like rebuilt the world or some shit. I don't fucking remember. Realist hero, right? There's an isekai, and it's like primarily political, but it's not like it's done well. So it doesn't matter. And it's done well because it's clear that like they married the concept of story and character development and things like that with the politics in a way that it feels fine, right? Like it's okay. I feel like politics being, yeah, I mean, well, that's because most of the people that write that shit don't know anything about politics, right? It's like most people don't know anything about politics. Most people, like, things are made for a large audience. This is what I was talking about earlier. So like, I'll give you an example. Like, actually, let me find a YouTube channel. So does anybody remember who Vince Dow is? Right? So Vince Dow is, this is a clip. And I want to, we'll do it like this. Let me move this over here. So this was like a thing that went viral. And this is kind of the shit that I'm talking about. Right? Give me a second to get everything, get the music paused. I had pauses on it when it was a player, but now it doesn't work. So this is the kind of shit that I'm talking about, right? So this is a clip that went viral, right?
You're seeing the videos of in San Francisco, New York City. Newsflash, they're not being prosecuted as hate crimes. So the more correct way to look at it is what is the primary perpetrator of violence against Asians overall, right? Because if we talk about these videos, we have to count them in the statistics, and we're not doing that. And when we do that, we find, well, I'll tell you this, the plurality top perpetrator of violence against Asians, number one, is not happening in rural America, and number two, is not being done by white people.
So is it black people that are doing it? Like, is it the black and brown people that are doing it?
No, that's exactly.
Just inherently violent? Like,
just say it.
I didn't say that. All I said
beat
was,
around it. Just say it.
If it's not white people or Asian people, who is it?
All I said, I didn't say anything about, inherently violent. All I said is that if it's
now you did.
If it's
no one accused you of that, and now you did.
If it's a white...
So, like, your bias is slipping out there.
It's clear you want to say it. You should just say it.
Can anyone let me talk here?
All right, I dropped I spilt Monster. It got fizzled up. It got all over me. But we're good. So, hey, little bits, appreciate that. I appreciate the membership. So, yeah, well, sometimes trolls can be fun. They're fine. You know what I mean? You just have to call them out a little bit. Yes, Vice is garbage. So, that's Vince Dow, right? Like he went viral for he went viral for talking and having a lot of base things to say. And he was kind of a nobody at the time. So like he has 285,000 subscribers. And like that was a good video. Like, and that was a good interview. And it was like, wow, somebody is like, just kind of speaking about the basic statistics and about like how do we look at these things, kind of calling out woke bullshit and right. But I mean, it wasn't particularly like, complicated stuff, right? It was traditional conservative, like just reason, right? It was just reason. It was just looking at things and going, y'all are acting crazy. Let's act rationally. So like, what does Vince Dow do now? I'm not even pulling up I'm just going to grab his shorts. Okay. I'm going to go with popular. And like, what does he do now? Like, what does he do? Let's just grab one.
Are you voting for Trump? Yep. White supremacist. How? How can you say that? How can I say if you vote for Donald Trump, you're a white supremacist? How? How? Because you support that man in office.
That's not an argument. I'm going to need proof that makes me a white supremacist. You're going to have to break down the argument.
That's not my job to say that.
You just accused me of being a white supremacist. You should be able to back that up.
Are you voting for Donald Trump?
I sure am.
That's my proof.
Are you voting for Joe Biden?
Yes, I am.
Then you're a pedophile.
No.
Yes, you are.
A pedophile.
You're a pedophile. How? You like to sniff kids.
I would respond to what that liberal woman said, but I really couldn't understand her with that stupid mask on.
Are you voting for?
There you go. That's content now. That's what he is. That's there we go. He figured out how to get, 250,000 fucking subscribers. That's how you make the big money. And this is our political, like, this is just what political content is now. It's trash. It's utter fucking trash. It's complete. Like, you had someone that has reason, has intelligence, has the capacity to learn about the philosophy, learn about what these problems are in our country, engage a community, has a particular lens and a particular moment to go viral and utilize that in a way that is I'm going to skip ads right now because I'm pissed. Right? That is for I skipped the ads. and yet he just makes trash, right? Like he doesn't give a fuck. He clearly doesn't give a fuck about his community or about like the, political situation in this country, right? Like it's just one of a million different people that's just feeding down just shoving dumb shit in people's mouths because that's what the audience wants, because the audience is full of like people getting off of work and they just want their rage bait. They don't want to learn. They don't want to change things. They want to come home comfortably and be mad, right, at somebody and be like, look at dumb liberal. Like that guy is intelligent enough to know the stupidity behind the statement liberal, because he's not talking about liberals, right? It's like it's basic philosophy to know that hey, little bits again, appreciate it. Is that for skipping the ads? I appreciate. Yay! I made some money from skipping the ads. I appreciate it. But like that's what it, right? It's all shit. And it's like, I'm trying not to be disillusioned, right? I'm trying to understand that, like, don't hate the player, hate the game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't hate Vince Dow because like he's playing the game, right? And like I shouldn't be, but like, and at a certain point, I'm gonna have to recognize that I too have to play the game to a certain degree if I want any level or measure of success within spaces like this. But it's just so pathetic. It's so useless. It's filler, right? Like it's not progressing the story of the nation, right? Instead, it's a side arc. It's not doing anything. It's not giving you anything. It's not discussing anything. It's just regurgitated talking lines. Oh, you got face diaper liberal. I just clicked a random one that looked like what I was talking about, right? Like I didn't specifically pick out that video. Go check out his content, right? All of his shorts are like that. And that's what the algorithm loves, because that's what retarded fucking Gen X and millennial conservatives want. They want someone to go like, oh, look at dumb college kids, right? Because it's an ego boost for them. It's as bad as reactionary videos. It is a reaction video. He only says one throwaway line at the end, and then the rest of it is just him sitting there going, right? It's just like, Dan Soder has a bit about like people coming out as autistic on TikTok without getting a diagnosis. And it's like the same thing where it's like, it's just brain candy. And that's what all of this online politics shit has become. Why not all of it, right? But it's brain candy. It's dumbed down shit. Like, again, hate the player, don't hate the player, hate the game. Andrew Wilson. I love Andrew. Andrew's one of the few real people I've met in the online politics space. But like, he keeps going back to the whatever podcast. And again, don't hate the player, hate the game. He's playing the game, right? Like, how do you reach a large audience? Well, you got to get on large platforms. How do you get on a large what do you do to stay on a large platform? Like, whatever. I mean, you just bring on dumb whores, right? Because that's what the whatever podcast does. Brings on low IQ whores. And then you have like mid talking points. Andrew Wilson maybe is a bit above the typical talking points. But it's not like they're like deep in philosophy. They just talk about basic logic, like regular arguments that you would see on any debate, like that are throwaway lines. And then the dumb whores' brains break, and like you have this thing where the dumb whores get to put forward their OnlyFans, right? So it's good for them. They get paid to be there. The whatever podcast gets all these clips of like dumb whores getting destroyed with things that normal people can understand because they're not deep. So anybody can be like, oh, look at him fucking get the dumb whore, right? And they don't have to feel dumb because they're hearing something that isn't theirs. What are the low talking points on whatever? Well, for example, like Andrew Wilson has an argument. I don't watch a bunch of it. I watched some of the clips. I will admit I've watched like a couple of episodes so that like I can try and understand what the fuck is going on, but it's difficult for me to stomach. But like Andrew Wilson has a thing where he'll talk about like the concept that women only have rights because men are willing to protect them, and if men collectively decided not to protect their rights, then they don't have rights. It's fine. It's a debate tactic thing. It's something that's like it's not like a genius thought, right? It's not like a in-depth analysis. It's not like really like getting to the core of today's problems. Like, it's just a throwaway line that exposes feminist logic for being retarded. But because you're not talking to like intelligent people 90% of the time. I mean, like the smartest girl they've had on there was like that Muslim OnlyFans girl, or like Arab Muslim. I don't fucking know. I can't remember her name. Who like presumably is a virgin and like, and that, or says has a celibate or something, and that breaks people's minds. Woo! And she just breaks all the red pillars because the red pillars can't deal with their logic. And then like she doesn't know what a standard distribution is. Like, she doesn't understand that like when things gravitate towards the mean, that doesn't mean best. Like she can't look at an IQ distribution chart and understand what it means because she has no concept of standard distribution. Like, that's like one of the smarter girls they've had on there. It's like, it's a retard circle jerk. And it's like, again, I don't blame Andrew for doing it. Like, why the fuck wouldn't he do it? Right? He has an opportunity to put forward his show, his channel, and the fact that he is a cut above most of the other people that go on these shows. So that they have, if there are people there that are looking for substance, then like, yeah, sure, like grab it. His argument on this is a straw man on the concept of rights, particularly. Yeah. Like, it's a Mott and Bailey. But again, like I said, it's not a god tier argument. It's just like a normal fucking argument. But there, it's like genius. And this is just like a pattern I'm seeing in almost all of the politics that we have, even in the libertarian space, right? in the libertarian space. Who are the people that gatekeep libertarians from popularity? Right? Who are the people? So I'll give you the most popular person that isn't a gatekeeper, Michael Malice, right? Michael Malice doesn't want anything to do with most of the drama. He stopped a lot of the Twitter drama that he used to do and shit like that, right? He mostly just does happy little interviews, and he has a lot of money, and he does his own thing, right? But all the other big libertarians are massive gatekeepers that have a circle jerk of their own friends that say dumb post-lib shit, and they don't know anything about libertarian philosophy. And if they do know anything about libertarian philosophy, they would rather commit to the bit of dumbed down politics than admit that they understand that there's like cognitive dissonance between things. Like Dave Smith is a perfect example. He's championing the will of the people as an argument against immigration. Like just the dumbest shit that he should know better. But it's not that he doesn't know better. It's that he knows that if he doesn't dumb shit down and speak to the masses, then he's not going to make the same money and have the same clout. And so that him and Clint Russell and, redheaded libertarian and a couple other people that most of all don't present themselves as actual libertarians, they gatekeep together and block people. The LP does the same thing. Mises Caucus does the same thing. Where they try and have their own circle jerk of stupidity that is put forward as brain candy for all of the new kind of like right wing paleo libs that are coming into the space that don't really understand libertarian theory and probably don't want to understand libertarian theory. It's a lot to get into. If you support Ukraine, you ain't a libertarian. I mean, it depends on what you mean by support Ukraine. I have argued on panels with communists against NATO, NAFO people, while at the same time I would say that I support the Ukrainian people's right to defend themselves against like an invasion of an army. I don't buy I don't buy into all the narratives and bullshit of the pro-Ukrainian side. Dumb things down or make them more understandable for people. A lot of your videos have explained libertarianism to me. I appreciate it. I'll be real, roll my eyes every time. I'm like and that's the thing, John Jacobs, like I'm a closed board, I'm a bordertarian. But I explain my position through libertarianism. People like Dave Smith are just fucking like they're like he doesn't approach it as an ANCAP. Because that wouldn't be cool. It wouldn't speak to the masses, right? It wouldn't speak to the quote unquote will of the people. Russia is just more based than NATO. Yeah, I mean like on some cultural issues, they're less about the multicultural kind of like leftist brand of like gay capitalism. Right, like that's really just like, a subverted cultural destruction of what values hold up society. I will give Russia all of that. What I won't give Russia anything over is like their political system, right? Like it's definitely less based than most liberal democracies. Because there's way more corruption and way less protection of rights. Or you could be looking at it wrong way by being so focused on rigid standards, you're ensuring that your beliefs are never adopted. Is it not better to move things slowly than not at all? So little bits, the name of the channel is Fabian Liberty, right? Like my entire worldview is what you just described, which is that you have to move things slowly. But you don't do that by watering down your principles and by saying things that you know to be untrue. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like it's like you don't, like the concept of compromise has killed liberty every single time. Like when Sade tried to work with the Bacchantes in the Paris International, they murdered him. Right? Like when the anarcho individualists like Benjamin Tucker in America tried to talk to and work alongside the leftist anarchists that were coming over into America. And then they just decided they were going to start bombing shit and throwing dynamite into crowds. And now all of a sudden, for 100 years, anarchy becomes synonymous with leftism and violence, right? Like literally every single time we try and do anything about this, I'm 27 minutes behind, but your audio is good. I appreciate you, Pass Eden. I'll let you know in 20 minutes when you catch up. You'll see this. I appreciate you. If you praise Russia, you ain't a libertarian. Again, I mean, I praise Russia in the things that Russia is good at, and only in those things, right? Like, I do think having a strong-willed leader that is necessarily connected to the Russian Orthodox Church has left them less susceptible to some of like the queer theory things that are kind of chipping away at Western society. That's about it. That's about all I'll give Russia props for. I love how you ain't and you're without an apostrophe RE are fighting it out in the comments section right now. I'm a NATO bot. Yeah, I'm definitely a NATO bot. Hold on, guys. I'm a NATO bot. Hold on. I mean, we're gonna give me just a second. Let me go to my channel, and we will.
I don't know.
NATO bot here. I'm getting shit for being not pro Russia. How dare I?
I'm not sure Klaus Schwab is.
I don't know if you got.
Right, hold on. We'll fix this real quick. We'll go to React. Okay, and here we go. Here we go, boys.
Guys know, probably don't give much of a fuck, but my father was killed in Kharkiv by Russian artillery. And if, which I'm not blaming the West, I appreciate any help you guys can give us, but if it was given to us sooner, then counteroffensive might have started sooner, and he might not be a splash on the wall right now, because after a very effective counteroffensive...
You gotta let her finish, dude. I will... Okay, you have to let her finish
June.
before I stop.
If Boris Johnson and the West hadn't tanked negotiations in May, maybe your father would be alive.
Whoa, dude.
Dude, that is so... You're
There you go. There's your hardcore fucking NAFO guy over here. Just wanted to point that out, Yeah, like I don't think Russia's based. Like, I think Russia is a shit country with shit protections of rights. I do think, they, as I stated before, there are some things that they do better than the West. We don't care about this nerd hobbit nerd guy. Yeah. I don't know where it's somewhere on the YouTube, I'm sure. If not, it's a Wick panel. Not long after that fucking, what was her name? Brianna Wu like dipped out of the panel and like referenced me as like, how dare, so wrong, and like fucking left. Brianna Wu is like fucking had to be offended for you. And everybody was offended. But it's like, dude, she used her dead dad as like an excuse for like, if you guys had given us more money and more aid, maybe my dad would be alive. And all I did was reverse that logic and everybody got super mad. It's like, no, dude, like don't stand on your dad's grave in the middle of a political debate and then be like, but my dead dad's off limits. Like, pick one. Either he's here. Like, I knew that her dad was dead. I was never going to bring that shit up. But when she brought it up to fucking as like a means to defend why Americans need to spend hundreds of billions of dollars on this foreign war, I was like, hey, dude, fuck you, theft. Like, you don't get to like keep the dead dad in the pocket for like surprise attacks. It's like, nah, dog. Like either he's part of the conversation or he's not. That was kind of funny. Like she kind of took it. She was like, yeah, whatever. Fuck you. Like, everybody else was offended on her behalf. But yeah, I just like, it's a thing that I've noticed that has gotten really, really bad lately. The more money that has been involved in like the right wing making fun of the lefties, it's like, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like the anti-SJW thing. And it's okay that the anti-SJW thing, like that was okay because they weren't pretending to be like high-minded conservative pundits and philosophers. But now like basically every conservative right-wing pundit out there is just saying dumb shit. And I'm gonna do dumb shit tonight. We're gonna watch a video here in a minute. We're gonna do a Disney movie tier list. You know what I mean? Like, we're definitely gonna say some dumb shit. But like, God, Pocket Dad. I don't know what Pocket Dad is, but okay. Oh, Pocket Dad. I'm not a fan of appealing to emotion in any debate. No, you have to appeal to emotion. If you don't appeal to emotion, you're just bad at debating. Appeals to emotion is part of Plato's tripartite. Like you need to appeal to all three portions of Plato's tripartite, right? So you need logos, ethos, and pathos. You do not win people over with logos alone. All you do is make enemies with logos, right? Like what you need is ethos. So you need to establish that like you're not a constant liar. That what you say might not necessarily be like trustworthy, but that what you say is like, you know, like if I say like, oh, 17% of blah, 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 and then someone shows that like I pulled that statistic out of my fucking ass and made it sound like that was a real thing when it wasn't. Dude, what is happening to Pretzel Rocks? It's just playing the same song over and over again, even when I close it out. Right? Like, so you need to establish that. And I mean, like, there are plenty of ways to establish ethos, right? You can establish it. You can establish ethos via being an expert, right? Like if you show up to a debate on vaccines and you're, you know, an epidemiologist, for example, or a virologist, or something like that. Fabian, when are you going to look max? I'm look maxing now. All right, bitch. Like I use a lot of products. I do my thing. I've been losing weight. I'm down 40 pounds in the gym every weekday, 5 days a week. Like fuck off. But yeah. So there's that. Now in terms of the pathos, you need an emotional connection. Because if you don't have an emotional connection, people will simply tune you out. It doesn't matter how right you are. If they don't want to believe you at least a little bit, if they're not open to believing you, then your argument is useless. Let's do a jawline check. Yeah, sure. Slope is dope. Go ahead and hop in. Show us your photos. Go ahead and hop in the Discord and, you know, fucking see what you look like. So anyways, so you need to at the very least have someone open to the concept of their mind being changed, right? Like even if the person you're debating is not open to the idea of their mind being changed. So long as, dude, why did we go to 27 down to 17? What is happening? What did I do? Oh, people must have clicked the fucking Wick panel and then left, and then the YouTube algorithm, because they're on two different things, took them out of our concurrent viewers. Now I get it. Duh. You just posted a link to another YouTuber. That's why our numbers went down. I was like, why did we lose all the views instantaneously? That was weird. So like even if the person you're debating, if their idea isn't open, then at the very least the audience needs to be open to the idea of changing. Good point. Like, couldn't these big time libertarians do those three things the right way, then say compromise like corporate America? I don't know what you're saying. That sentence doesn't make sense to what I'm saying. Maybe there's too much of a delay, but I have ultra low latency, so I don't know. You'll have to clean that up so that it makes so that it like makes sense. I don't know. But yeah, so like there's a great quote by I don't like him, but well, nevertheless it's a good quote. It's Lincoln's Temperance Address of 1842. We'll grab that real quick. We'll get into that, and then we'll go into a music video reaction. So let me do... Here we go. So here's what we're looking for right here. Oh, bitch. To have expected them to do otherwise than they did. To have expected them not to meet denunciation with denunciation, crimination with crimination, and anathema with anathema, was to expect a reversal of human nature, which is God's decree and never can be reversed. When the conduct of men is designed to be influenced, persuasion, kind, unassuming persuasion should ever be adopted. It is an old and a true maxim that a drop of honey catches more flies than a gallon of gall. So with men, if you would win a man to your cause, first convince them that you are his sincere friend. Therein is a drop of honey that catches his heart, which say what he will is the great highroad to his reason, and which, when once gained, you will find but little trouble in convincing his judgment of the justice of your cause. If indeed that cause really be a just one. On the contrary, assume to dictate to his judgment, or to command his action, or to mark him as one to be shunned and despised, and he will retreat within himself. Close all avenues to his head and his heart, and though your cause be naked truth itself, transform to the heaviest lance, harder than steel and sharper than steel can be made, and though you throw it with more Herculean force and precision, you shall be no more able to pierce him than to penetrate the hard shell of a tortoise with a rye straw. I think that is like a good kind of like way of saying what I'm trying to say, right? Which is that like if people aren't open at all in any way, shape, or form to the concept of whatever it is that you're saying, if you don't have an appeal to emotion, if you can't tell a story and make people feel like they're a part of the story, or involve people in some way, or make people feel like whatever you're saying is important to them in their lives, it doesn't fucking matter how logical you are. It doesn't matter how what you say is completely 100% true and what they're saying is complete 100% bullshit. If people don't like you and if people don't feel emotionally connected and open to you, then you will always be wrong. You will always lose the debate, and everyone will call you a loser and laugh at you simply because they didn't like you. Are you really giving me shit for saying Herculean? I'm pretty sure it's Hercules and then Herculean. Actually, it might even be it's probably not. We're probably both saying it wrong. I don't fucking speak Greek, dude. Shut up. It's not croissant. It's croissant, all right? We're in America. All right. So let's look at, if somebody has a more recent if somebody has a more recent video by Jack Lloyd, let me know. But this looks like the last one they made. And so we're going to do another music video reaction because that's what we do sometimes. They're fun, and that's why I like to do them. So as we get into this music video reaction, I am doing another political music video reaction. What does that mean? What that means is I am looking at a song and I am judging the song based off of obviously how the song sounds, how the song conveys a message, how consistent the message is, how easy it is to pick it up, and whether or not that says something or whether or not that is simply kind of like garbled kind of one-liners that don't really connect to a theme. So I'm looking at the theme, I'm looking at the accuracy. I am, of course, doing the best I can to be unbiased, and I have done so in many regards in other previous songs about the my political opinions, right? I want to see, like, if a song is designed to create activism, then it's also important that it sounds good, that it be structured good, that it has a vibe to it. You want a song to be repeatable, because if a song is a cool message that you already agree with and you listen to it once and then you never listen to it again because the song wasn't something you would play in your car, then it's not a very good song for activism. I mean, now, of course, there are some exceptions with songs that are like chanty that might work well when played over a loudspeaker in, let's say, a protest, but don't work necessarily like driving down the road in your car. I haven't actually ever really listened to any of Philosopher and Jack Lloyd's music. I interviewed Jack Lloyd not too long ago. We tried to talk about open borders. He mostly talked about vibes. It was weird, but it was fun. You can check that out on the channel as well. It was all right. It was fun. It was a good conversation, I think. We did talk about a lot. And I do think we have fairly similar views. When you say the word croissant, you have to pick between sounding stupid or sounding arrogant. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Dude, right, like Remy, I will give a great, you know what? Remy's are comedy based, but like one of the ones that gets me every fucking time, I love this one, is like Remy's Bananas. If I can find it. Yeah, like this one.
Let's put some tariffs on bananas, ooh na na. They should be grown in East Atlanta, na na na. Or maybe even Alabama. Take jobs back from Havana. Bananas, ooh na na. Havana is killing us on trade, I fear.
Yeah, this isn't the one I plan to do a reaction to because I've heard it a bunch of times, so it's not a genuine reaction. But like, I fucking love Remy's Banana. It's like I fucking love this song, and it unironically teaches free trade policy, like and the concept behind it pretty well. And it's a bop, right? Like that's I would put that. I don't know if it's an S tier. I might just be biased because I really like it. And it's not and I've listened to it so many times, so I won't rank it. But like for me, it's an S tier. The examples I give of like genuine S tier songs that are political songs that have a protest theme to them, is like, I think it was like Tom McDonald, oh God, what is it? Sad Rappers, right? Most of his songs that are political, they kind of suck. Sad Rappers is a really good one. I think it's an S tier. It's an amazing, very well good put song. BYOB by System of a Down is another one. There's a lot of good ones, but those are some examples of like what I consider to be S tier. They're good songs. You could play them on a radio. They have a political message. But without further ado, let's get into this one. All I know is that it's Anti-State. I know it's Jack Lloyd and Philosopher. I was going to do their more recent one, but apparently their more recent one is only like a 1-minute trailer for the song. So like the whole the music video is not done yet. Yep, same would be said about making films, shows, books, movies, and comics that aren't preachy regardless if it's preaching. So, dude, it sounds like you're like a half hour behind in the stream. Maybe not. Let's see. Okay, so also, if you've ever seen me do these, I'm really fucking critical. So like opening thing. I'm not sure I understand the aesthetic choice of like the 90s grunge camera film lens digital alteration thing you have here, right? Like where like the digital, you know, like the VHS kind of like era that like then turned into like you know, filters that you put over things. I maybe if they're going for that style, I mean, like maybe we'll see. Hey, it's Philosopher's Husband. Yeah, it's Jack Lloyd. He's done a ton of shit. I feel like he's done more than Philosopher has. Like she's just an Asian chick, and libertarians for whatever reason love Asian chicks. So like she gets so much attention, even though I feel like Jack Lloyd might actually have done more than shit. I mean, a lot of that they've done together, to be fair. But yeah, so I don't really get that. I don't like the scenic city background with the water. It seems like this picture here, right? With the couple in front. This seems like a place you take engagement photos, not something that says I'm against the state. Because I mean, I don't know the theme of anti-state. I'm assuming it's, against the state, right? And then you have this lettering like, ugh, metal, like it's a early 2000s heavy metal t-shirt, but not like not like some of the more modern, gory ones that have like the font has gone even more out of control, right? So it's like an early 2000s kind of like metal band t-shirt, anti-state, laced over a city that seems to be heroic in this regard. A city that's built with city planning. It's almost a celebration of the state in the opening shot, whilst taking photos in front of a place, like looking hard in front of a place that you should probably take like engagement photos, because it's like shows the love of the city that you're from and the water. Like, I don't understand this opening shot, but we'll see. I like the shoes though. Those shoes were dope. I want those shoes. Yeah, I'm not understanding the city shot, and now we're going to switch. So maybe there's a juxtaposition that's supposed to occur, that like the video does a hard cut, not on time with the beat, but right before it, so the video kind of like leads you to the darker, grungier aspects of the problems or something. I'm not sure. And maybe if that's what they're going for, is like a juxtaposition in the intro, then maybe it's not that bad. It does feel campy, the black and white city. It feels like something I've seen done. You know what I mean? Like, it reminds me of, oh God. Oh. I lost it. I can't think of the rapper.
You cannot stop me. You cannot hold me.
Oof. Oh God. Ooh, the production here, the audio production here is rough. That's Ooh, this is gonna be bad. I've never listened to this music before. This is rough.
You cannot hold me. You cannot take me down. You cannot stop me. You cannot hold me. You cannot take me down.
What in the fuck are these shots? Like, there's something wrong with the vocals here. And I don't know if it's the shots plus the vocals, but it's something with the vocals. Like, there's like a breathy evanescence seether kind of like thing going on here with the voice, right? Where it's like, you cannot stop me. You cannot hold me down. Right? Like there's a quiet, kind of like, breathy guttural here, which like, and then there's like these hard cuts, and like the hard cuts are making it weird. Was this like your first time in ANCAP Libertarian Spaces? Yeah, this is Philosopher and Jack Lloyd.
Me down. You cannot stop me. You cannot hold me.
Yeah, like the pointing, like this is bad. Like, sorry, Jack Lloyd, this is just really bad. Like, there's so much wrong here. Like, if you're gonna go for this type of vocal, which I don't know that I would like, maybe you need to make it a little punchy, or for a modern audience, musically. But like, I would just do black and white in the studio, right? Like if you're gonna have an opening scene where you're talking into the mic and you're starting with like, you can't stop me, you can't hold me down. Hard cuts of the city and CGI in like this, like matching with my wife. It looks like a parody. Like, it doesn't look like you're being serious at all here.
Not hold me. You cannot take me down.
And again, like, why did we switch back to like the engagement photo fucking place?
I am the anti-state.
my God. Yo. Oh, fuck. I feel so bad. I feel like such an asshole. This is really bad. Oof. Oh my God. Oh God. This is Yo. Oh fuck. It's like, I feel like I'm watching that scene in a romantic comedy where like you're forced to watch it because like your girlfriend is looking at you and she wants to make sure that you're watching it, right? But like you don't even want to look at the screen. It's so cringe. Oh.
Your vile laws, I will break.
Why is he smiling here? What has happened? Look.
I will break.
I'll break your violence, bro. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. I'm gonna burn my last bridge with any fucking friends in the ANCAP space, but holy fuck. Oh God. This is rough.
I am the anti-state.
You are the anti-state. What does that even mean? I am the anti-state. What do you mean? Like there's no message here. I mean, there's a message if you're a libertarian, you're hitting like key words, but like the fucking shoes are dope though. I want the shoes. I told you I saw his shoes. I didn't even know the shoes lit up. Those shoes fucking I want those shoes. The shoes are ridiculous. This is rough, man. I am the anti-state. It's like, you know what it reminds me of? You make me come. You make me complete. You make me completely miserable. Like that's what I'm thinking of when he's just like, I am the anti-state. I'm like, the anti-state what, my guy? Like, is you're using what do you mean, the anti-state? Like, is that a hero? Like, what does that mean?
Liberation is my faith. I am the end.
Liberation is my faith? First of all, please don't use liberation, right? Like that just feels commie. Like they won that word, all right? Like let them have that word.
Anti-state. Through my resistance, I am saved.
Through my resistance, I am saved. And he did the prayer hands. Like a rapper saying that Jesus was going to take the wheel on this one. Jesus is going to fucking land this fucking anti-state song somehow because it needs a fucking miracle. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, dude, we are 50 seconds in. We have 2 more minutes. You're going to fucking sit this through with me, guys. This is, oh my God. I'm never going to have another friend in the libertarian space ever again. It's just going to be me and my audience, whatever that is, and all of the bridges that I've burned because I can't pretend like this is good.
Through my resistance.
I feel like this could sound a lot better with some EQ work. I'm sure there's some, dude, I looked up trying to find how he does these. He does Indiegogos to make these videos with like $5,000 goals. So like studio time might be like $1,000 or $2,000. He's putting in like $3,000 or more because a lot of times they go over the goal. Like I saw one that was like 8,000. Like dude's getting, I don't know how much this specific song made, but he's getting like 5 to 10 G's to make this. It really needs work, man. So like there somewhere out there I did studio stuff when I was, younger, because I was going to make it in some way. I don't fucking know. Just being a young, dumb kid. And the quality of this reminds me of this group from Newport News that we did an album for. Because we were just super cheap and we had home built everything, right? Like we built a vocal booth by like stealing carpet from the carpet store's dumpster, right? Like we built drum risers with like used tires and 2x4s and some of that carpet and stuff. And like we had stuff that actually sounded fairly, not bad, but like this is probably the quality of stuff we put out. And there's a song, and I don't remember anything, but I remember this one song, and it got played in local strip clubs for a while. And it was called The Thunderclap. And it was about these guys and their love of fat bitches. And at a certain point, the song goes, get out my fridge, bitch. Nothing for you. Roll her over. She got rolls. And then I remember those two lines. And then I remember like the chorus was, now do the thunder clap, 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 do the thunder clap, 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 clap. And it's just like talking about all of the different parts of her fat ass that is clapping while she's clapping her cheeks because there's extra claps from her rolls. And it's the thunder clap because it's not a regular clap. And it was like fat bitches anthem for a couple months in like Newport News, Norfolk strip clubs in the early 2000s. And I made that, all right? I did the EQ levels on that. Like I sat with a possum in my lap freaking out black people when they came in to fucking charge them low amounts of money, smoking weed and doing Molly in a basement of a fucking abandoned upper building because the city had condemned it. We built a studio and we did good until we got robbed. That's what it sounds like. It sounds like the shit I made like when I was a teenager that like shouldn't be a part of the liberty movement. Your artistic peak was the thunderclap? Hey, man, I don't know what to tell you. Like, okay, like, we may or may not have been 18, 19-year-old stoners that thought that, like, we might be able to rap at some point, you know, or, like, make music or, you know, do whatever. I played bass in a metal band. I sang in a band. I did some fun stuff, but, like, no, I didn't get very far before reality hit me. Let me get back to this. Whew, I feel like we needed that. We needed that before we get back into this.
Through my resistance, I am saved. I am the anti-state.
What was that? Do you
I am saved. I am the anti-state. Fighting forever, freedom.
What, it's just random shots now. Like they have no meaning. Oh, no. Don't fucking have a breakdown with fucking with the vocals tuned down, with the fucking pitched down. It's like someone just learned how to use Fruity Loops. It was like, what can we do? This will be fun. This is like someone did cocaine one night and had Fruity Loops and was just like seeing what they could do. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. I'm deeper throat. No, why is there a random dollar store fucking golden rose that is putting up like, who's the peace rose? At least they're set. You know what? Pause. At least this is the first piece of fucking symbolism that makes sense. No, it's not social democracy. It's a rose of peace. Presumably that may or may not, you know, represented like in a lot of different ways. Yes, social democrats use that, but also it's been used like, you know, the flower that was put in the gun, you know, in the hippie protests and stuff. Anti-war situation here, but it is left-wing shit. It's bad symbolism, right? But it is symbolism that connects. This makes sense. Right? There is the rose of peace. There is the person juxtaposed over what appears to be a beach landing, you know, World War II video, probably like second or third day on Normandy, etc. Yeah, like this has meaning. I'm not saying it's good, but it's there.
This is my calling to live without I have the signal, I'm carrying onward. I am not a slave.
I have the signal, I'm carrying forward, I'm not a slave. Okay. Oh, God. Oh, okay. All right.
I have the fire, I'm shining brighter. This road that I pave.
I mean, no, I was saying it was going to be all commie bullshit, but then he said, this road I paved. So, the libertarian had to get the roads in there somewhere. Had to talk about the roads at some point. This is so bad.
That I pave. I don't care what you claim to do. I will never succumb to you.
They got a new fucking shoes they're flexing. I'll give them one thing, like, whoever picked out the shoes was correct.
I don't care what you claim to do.
The shoes are on point. All right, the shoes are good. There's a film, Llamageddon. Okay, Llamageddon is the film I'm thinking of. It's on YouTube. I'm gonna see if we can get it. Okay, I don't know if you can see in the trailer. We're gonna watch the trailer to Llamageddon, and here's why. When you watch this film, the black overweight guy, maybe he's like a football player, every scene he has on a different t-shirt. I don't know why, but it's fucking hilarious. And that's all I can think of right now. And I'm curious if there's enough of it for you to see how seriously ridiculous it is. It's so good. And so he has a different t-shirt on every time. Oh, look, the following was inspired by a true t-shirt. I didn't know that this was part of the bit.
Waiting my whole life for something like this. What'd you say?
Looks like a llama.
That's all I can think of.
With that fucking llama.
What you been smoking?
Hey, buddy, want a hit?
I've never done this before.
Hey, take it outside.
So far, the black guy hasn't even been shown in the trailer. Racist much? Oh, there he is there. So he's got a red shirt on there.
It's a spaceship.
It's not a spaceship.
Mom in the hot tub. He's got a red shirt on here, too.
Let's do it.
I can't see him, but I guarantee you it's not the red shirt guy there. Oh, no, he's got a different red shirt on there.
We will win this wrestle.
Yeah, look, he's got on a fucking Captain Kirk shirt there for some reason.
In space.
Because he's got the alien stuff that he found. Okay, nah. All right, sorry. If you watch the film, you will see that they just keep changing this dude's shirts, and it's fucking hilarious. That's all I can think about when I see this goofy-ass music video with these different fucking dope-ass shoes coming in. Put on some Slayer? Why would I listen to Slayer? It's so...
I will never succumb to you. I don't care what you claim to do. I will never succumb to you.
Like he had to fucking to you.
To you, I am anti-sting. Your vile laws, I will break. I am the.
What? Did he say violence or did he say your minor laws?
To you, I am the anti-sting. Your vile laws.
Oh fuck. He says your minor laws I will break. Like, not your big laws. Like, I don't want to get too crazy. Don't come at me. But like, I'm fucking littering today. Oh fuck, dude. This is so bad it's good. Oh.
I will break. I am the anti.
He says violence earlier. And so I'm pretty sure she's saying violence in the background and he's saying minor laws. Like, so it's like cool because it's double. It's like he couldn't do a double entendre, so he just said both words. saying liberation is my fate is like, yeah, this feels like a super cringe leftist fucking thing. I'm with you, John. Like, this doesn't even feel like we've lost all our viewers watching this. That's how cringe it is. And you know what? To all of you who left, fuck you. This is hilariously bad. And if you're a fucking Jack Lloyd fan and you're mad and you left, double fuck you. And if you couldn't deal with the cringe, fucking pull your britches up and fucking come back and hang out, because this is hilarious.
Through my resistance, I am saved. I am just fighting for it.
I just love, like, Jesus take the wheel on this fucking music video.
Ever freedom paved. You cannot stop me. You cannot hold me. You cannot take me down.
Did you see him do the eyes? Did you see him do the smolder?
You cannot hold me.
Fuck yeah. Looking into the sun as it sets, getting my vitamin D, being sexy and against the state, smoldering, leaned back, fucking cool.
You cannot take me down. You cannot stop us. You cannot hold us. You will not.
Dog, you then did the red behind you for the red rose of peace. I understand it's supposed to be anti-war, but, like, you couldn't make this more communist. Like, why is the ANCAP music video only have one piece of symbolism that works and it's commie as fuck? Like, this is the greatest failure I've ever seen. It's so bad.
You cannot stop us. You cannot hold us. You will not take us down.
Wow. Wow. That is no, he's not hiding his bald. I did an interview with him. He didn't have a hat on. His hair is perfectly fine. That was really bad. That was an F, without a doubt. Like, there is no, like, it almost doesn't get an F and almost gets a, like, an A tier because of the unintentional comedy of how bad it is. I've yet to see something so fucking bad. It is the worst song I have ever seen in doing these political reacts, and it's one of the worst songs I've ever seen in my entire life. I say that only because under most circumstances, when I have a bad song that I'm viewing, I will just cut said song off. What's up, Crod? We just got done fucking watching a horrible music video from probably no longer friend of the channel, Jack Lloyd. Oh my God. Oof. That was rough. We went from 26 consecutive viewers to fucking, what's his name, Roland sharing a link to a different debate I did on a different person's channel. He didn't even bother to try and find the one on our channel. He just went ahead and found the one on someone else's channel. So then, like, 10 people left, and then we did a music video that was so bad. And look, they're just now coming back. We got back up to 18. They're like, oh fuck, I had to check in. Is that music video done? We're done. All right, cool. Jack Lloyd, I'm so sorry. That is horrible. I almost feel like you should feel ashamed for doing that, because I feel like that is legitimately like damaging to the liberty movement for you to put out that video. Not only is it bad, it's awful. And not only is it awful, and cringy and dorky, it also looked socialist. Like, it looked commie. Like, it was like the only bit of symbolism that you were able to do and utilize that made any sense, that wasn't just like garbled together nonsense, was like the red rose with like a red background. What? Dude, sometimes fucking YouTube will just be like, will just geek out on me and act like something's wrong when nothing's wrong. Oh, God. I'm mad Roland went into the Discord to fucking share it too, you fucker. Yeah. Like if you saw that video out of context, you would absolutely believe that, oh, dude, it was so bad. It's the worst music video I've ever seen in my entire life. And I've watched a lot of music videos. But like if something, and I say that only because any other time I would have seen something with an opening that bad, I would have just like clicked off. You know what I mean? Like I would have just been like, and no. And you know what I mean? Like just kind of gone and did my own thing. It's probably why it was so bad and so rough. God, that was hilarious though. God, I feel refreshed doing that. Like some of you might feel down. You might feel like, oh my God, the liberty movement, that's the best we have to offer. We're fucked. But no, I feel great. I feel fantabulous. That was beautiful. Yeah, some of the backwards videos are actually pretty good. What's one example is well, also for the record, most people don't realize this, but you know, I have my on and off things with Eric July. But Eric July is a phenomenal singer. Right? Like he has a really good voice for metal and for singing in general. Like as an example, like I'll just skip around. Let me make sure. I'll just skip around. But like I think this is it. Right, like when you hear this, you're like, this, there's a little bit of cringe here because it is a little campy and it is a little forced. But it's very clearly politics first, music second, right? But all of the people here are very talented. Right, now see, right here you can see the difference in the camera choices, right? We're in a grimy city, like we have the same aesthetic, but there isn't random fucking shots. When there's a solo, before the music kicks in and he's speaking with like just kind of a dun, 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 right, muted chords, right, so that the hands are held, and then so like, you know, like they're muted and you hear the muted strumming and you hear the bass kind of like one note out in the background, and you hear like the dissonance that occurs, like, you know, like when in the audio equipment, right? You hear all of that and you know that the song isn't about to drop yet. You're in a dirty area. What do we have? We have some cuts, but we mostly have a single panning backward shot of the person that is the focal point of the song. Like immediately you can see how the editing choices here make sense because someone has some fucking knowledge of like how music videos ought to be done.
I'm living with the gimmick and wins from beginning to end. No gimmick if I rap it, dude, I live it then. And you can't do it, so ain't no need for mimicking. I'm not innocent, I'm on a mission, so let me finish it. Matter of time before they summon the...
Right? Music cuts in, but not fully. We cut to the band members a little bit, and then we cut back to the same shot. Right? You hear the boom, boom, ka, boom, boom, ka, right? Which is, you know, the kind of the intro of the drums. What do? We see the drums, right? There are visual cues to the song so the audio and the video make sense together.
Matter of time before they summon the army in. I'm probably on the FBI's most wanted list. I'm probably going to hung like an ornament. I'm on a life mission to apologize to government.
Look, headbanging comes in when headbanging should come in. Oh, there's a cool guitar part coming in as some of the the distortion in the guitars cuts out and we're in like a little bit of whammy bar play and stuff. Oh, let's cut to those people. Cut to the person singing. Right? Like I'm not trying to do this, but like these two are friends, right? They're doing the same thing in a way. You know, they're both making comics, etc. It's kind of why I thought Backwards was like a good thing to showcase differences here, right? Like you can see what the talent and like intelligent choices can do for a song, right? Like you can see, like, and I'm not saying that like Backwards and also Anti-State versus the song Statism, right? Like they're very similar in their message. But like I'm sorry, Jack Lloyd. Like, please quit your day job. Like, don't do something other than those. That was really bad. I don't know. Maybe I got like a really bad one, right? And there are some that are good, but that one was really bad for sure. Like awful. But yeah. Let me go back to put a little bit of background music on for you guys. And then we will do what I've been wanting to do for the longest time. Hopefully you guys are ready. I guess we have to do it like this. Let me actually just make this. Bitch. There we go. Make it a little bit bigger. So I am super stoked to do this. Now, what we have before us, the main thing for the night. Oh, there's some other stuff we're going to look at later. Main thing I want to talk about tonight is I want to go through the Disney Plus Pixar films that are available right now, right? So if you were to purchase Disney Plus, or if you were to, illegally download a bunch of Disney films and you're a parent or a person, right? And you want to, and you don't have to be a parent for this at all, right? I see some of you leaving, right? Like I see some of you being like, "Hey, this isn't for me." Don't leave just yet. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised, because. Oh, okay. Everybody left. All right, never mind. Wow. All right, yeah. I mean, leave. I think you're dumb to leave on this part. And the reason I want to do a Disney tier list, I want to talk about the philosophy here. We lost 10 people again. So the reason I want to talk about this, this is, if you are a parent for sure, but even if you're not a parent, Disney is kind of like a part of a classic Americana, a part of our culture. You can be like, or you can be, part of their culture. It is a part of, which is funny because, Walt Disney was super anti-Semitic. But it is a big part of Americana, American culture. And obviously with what has been going on lately in the cultural zeitgeist, Disney is full of woke retards. I don't think anybody other than the far left would dispute that. And so the question becomes, as parents, your children, you have to navigate through this world, and your kids are going to want to watch these movies. And so it becomes like, well, what are any of these movies good? Are they all trash? Are they all bad? Are they, should I only watch the new ones? I'm sorry, the old ones, and I would say no, like there's a lot here. And on top of that, I think these things actually do need to be broken down, because there is so much mythology that is laced that people do not understand. When we get to Pinocchio, we'll talk about it briefly. But I mean, Jordan Peterson, before he got all weird and wonky, if you watch his Maps of Meaning course on YouTube that he did in university before he was super famous, he has an entire fucking like three or four fucking classes just on Pinocchio. Like, that is how much Pinocchio follows Joseph Campbell's Man with a Thousand Faces. Also, the monomythological structure. When you create princess films, when you recreate heroes' journeys, when you create these folk tales into media, something special happens. Because we talked earlier in the stream about the objectivity of art, but there's also a certain amount of reality that pushes itself into artwork, especially communal pieces of artwork. And that's what has happened a lot with Disney films, is there are unintentionally based aspects of some of the most anti-based things that have been created, not necessarily, in Disney, but in general in media, because sometimes when you attempt to make a story, reality asserts itself and they become unintentionally based. I think the greatest example of this in media that we have in our current culture that we see kind of pop its head up every now and then is the film, not the book, but the film Starship Troopers. there is a love of Starship Troopers from the dissident right, from the pro-fascist community as well. And the film is a parody of fascism. The director is a commie little anti-war fuck. And yet, because he was forced to follow a medium that was so good, the book was so good, and the story was done so well, and the way that he did it, because he tried to make it campy and over the top, it became a cult classic, a lovable thing, where some of the reality of order-based politics and about the human condition reasserts itself against the will of the director. Obviously, some of this happens in editing and focus testing, etc. But that's part of the story too, right? The complicated thing about movies is that movies aren't made by a person, they're made by a committee. Sure, there's a director, sure there are actors, sure there's a script, but there's all these little pieces that come together. The passion that gets put in the animation studios, you know, the editors that have to edit these things together, the remaking of films in the editing room, and all throughout this, you're trying to make a folktale. And folktale is, at its core, how we humans describe meaning, especially to children, but in the world around us. There's so much that is not said, that goes unnoticed, that we see in so many films. But again, I think it's kind of uniquely present in Disney films. And so I want to take those aspects and have a conversation with you guys and anybody else that, you know, sees this later, about Disney film, about these individual stories, and kind of put them in a tier list. And when I put them in a tier list, part of the tier list is going to be, is it a good movie or not, right? Kind of like what we just did with the music video reaction. But what I'm mostly looking for is I'm looking for the meaning behind these films. I'm looking for the mythological aspects that rear their head intentionally and unintentionally, and the things that are missing from modern stories often or aren't there, and kind of ranking them that way. And so if something ends up in the quote unquote based section, you can know that it is a story that is not only good, a film that's good and decent to watch, but tells a story about gender, about roles, about what it means to be a hero, about what it means to be a good woman, a good girl, a good man, a good boy, a good husband, the importance of family, the importance of you know, good things within society, how one finds meaning in their life, etc. And have I watched all of these? I've watched most of them. Actually, I think I probably have watched all of them, but some of them I've watched like once in the background, and some of them not so much. Like I haven't watched, if I'm looking, you know what I mean? Like Meet the Robinsons. I don't think I've watched this. Meet the Robinsons. I don't think I've watched, and I don't think I've watched the Spanish, like early 1960s, Saludos Amigos and the Three. Actually, I have watched the Three Caballeros, but like, here you go. Spoiler alert. We'll start right now. D. It's like, it's not worth remembering, right? Like these are goofy little fucking movies that don't have a fucking, that don't have like a big budget to them, that aren't like something your kids are going to beg to see. Like, I don't even remember it, right? Like there you go. There, spoiler alert. And you know what? We'll do the same thing with this. And you know what? We'll do the same thing with this, and we'll do the same thing with this, and we'll do the same thing with this. There you go. There was a section here where Disney was making these like musical things, and there's a whole bunch more than these, by the way. These are just the ones that like are in the movie section. There's a whole bunch of shorts and things in like the late 50s, early 1960s, where Disney was putting out these films that are like, they're not mythologies. They don't really belong in the category of most of these films. So I want to kind of talk about each individual movie. Some of them, like I said, I'm not going to remember them all. They're not going to be that important. We're not going to talk about them much. Some of them we're going to talk about a lot. Some of these I think are important. You know, the good ones are ones that you should strive to see more than just as a kid's film. They are modern mythologies or retellings of mythologies. And so there's a lot of meaning in those. Some of these will have, you know, some extra categories, etc. But without further ado, let's get started. And of course, as always, you know, voice your opinion in chat. You know what I mean? Like if you disagree, you agree, whatever. This ends with Elemental. And because this tier list was made in 2023. There's like one or two new stuff. I can't even remember off the top of my head. Yeah. So and then some of them, like, you know, we'll get through them. But yes, so these are all of the major kind of like Disney, Pixar. Most of these are mythological movies. And they are. So what we're going to start with is we're going to start with the first, Snow White. So Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Where does Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs go? I don't think it should shock anybody that I would put Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, which is not Seven Dwarfs, you know, in the S category. There's a reason that they want to redo Snow White. There's a reason that that it is so iconic, and it's not just because it's the first. Snow White is a story that is something that is lacking in modern day, which is honesty to young women. There's something that you're going to find a similarity here with some of these that are going to be A and S category, is something that you don't see in most modern media, which is the crone. Now, the crone is a trope. You could call it a trope. You could, you know, the feminists would call it like a trope. But it's a really, really important aspect of something that doesn't get spoken about much, which is female mythologies. Right? So female mythologies are often, they have the crone, and the crone is seen today, it's difficult to do the crone without pushback, because it's seen as sexist. And what the crone is the representation of age in women. The crone is mythological honesty about the wall, mythological honesty about what it means to get older as a woman who doesn't have children and is unwed. It is something women are supposed to run away from, right? The crone is the Oedipal mother that attempts to control the child. But notice that the crone isn't trying to control a male child. The crone is trying to control a female child or a female teenager. And it's really, really important that you have an evil older female in a lot of these stories, because it's communicating something that we don't quite understand, right? So what is the most famous line from Snow White? Right? What's that famous line we all know? Mirror, mirror on the wall, show me who's the fairest of them all. Who's the most beautiful woman? And the witch, right? She's the most beautiful woman until Snow White, until a new youth enters. Now she has competition. Right? Now she has competition in other women, because she is aged out of the dating market. She's aged out of being a woman that society values. Wait, Mirror, she's like 15, go to jail. Yeah, the age of 18, being like I'm not trying to get into a fucking consent fucking conversation here, right? But like 15, 16 was like the normal thing up until, honestly, until the early 1970s. We try to act like that shit was like 200 years ago. No, like everybody knew that like 16-year-old was like peak put in a wedding dress and walk down the aisle age until like the 1970s. To be fair, life was rougher then. Kids grew up faster. I don't think 1960s women, they might, today's kids might know more about politics or, what lines they want to repeat, etc. but like they really are more childlike than they used to be. They're far more coddled, far less able to go out into the world, etc. So, regardless, this girl's prettier than me. Whelp, time for murder, right? But it is an understanding. That's what the crone is doing in so many of these films, and Snow White is no exception. Is that the crone is attacking her for her beauty, and is doing what she can to destroy the woman instead of settle down, get with, like build a family. It is the childless, career dominated woman that attacks Snow White. And that isn't to say that, like, hey, this film is based because it teaches your daughter, like, to go get married at 16, you know what I mean? And like destroy her life. But it's designed to teach you that clock is ticking. And also to be weary of older women, right? Like that is something that society through folklore used to tell us, that the older unwed woman that is the miserable crone is something society needs to be afraid of, that society needs to keep an eye on, because that is a damaged woman with no family, with no prospects in the future, that is bitter and is a toxic female that will cut down people. And that how do you defeat the crone is never is it through, when we look at all of these stories, right? It's never, but you get some magic power and defeat her in combat, right? You defeat her with grace. You defeat her with beauty. You defeat her by being the better person. You defeat her by meeting Prince Charming, and by how does Snow White do it? Well, she defeats it not only by Prince Charming, but hilariously enough, by, being a good motherly figure, by being a good housewife, cooking and cleaning and raising of these dwarves and taming of these dwarves that are like, unkempt, unleashed men, unabashed men, right? Well, except for maybe bashful, right? That are all of the aspects of what it means to have a child personified into the groups of all of these different traits, right? This is a mythological story about the importance of grace, the importance of beauty, the importance of having a well-kept home, the importance of supporting your men and your man through care and tenderly love, and that even the naivete of youth that can be will be taken advantage of by older feminist women, and that when that happens, the correct answer to that is to defeat them with love and with marriage and with a happily ever after of family. That is the actual meaning of the story of Snow White. That is a meaning that doesn't get more base than that, right? Like it's great. It's amazing. Snow White is one of the many films that you should show your children. It is a mythological story that is an antidote to modern culture and chaos. Yes, it's the career woman. It's a woman with power. And there's some government in there, there's reality asserting itself in many ways. I don't want to get too detailed in all of them. You're going to get a lot of detail from the based ones. So, number 2, Pinocchio. I know I gassed it up with Jordan Peterson. Okay? It's A tier. It's not S tier. Pinocchio is the perfect hero's journey. Like The Lion King, but The Lion King was done on purpose. The Pinocchio wasn't, right? Pinocchio is a perfect hero's journey story. It follows every piece of the hero's journey, right? You have a boy, he has a call to adventure. The sly fox attempts to go after him, but even the sly fox is afraid of true evil, true malevolence. He's kidnapped. He's shipped off as a slave to Pleasure Island. Right? He goes into, the darkness. He resists that temptation after giving in. He runs from it. He goes into the belly of the whale, the Leviathan, resurrects the father. All of the most base things about mythology is there. It is a perfect story. What I will say, though, is that it's old. And Snow White is old, but for Snow White is a movie that Snow White holds up better than Pinocchio does. And that's why it's at the very top of A tier. I would almost put it in S tier, but I'm going to leave it in A tier because Pinocchio's not an easy film to get your kids to watch, right? And why is it not an easy film to get your kids to watch? Because it's fucking old. It doesn't quite live up to, you know, the modern, you know, CGI, like more realistic cartoons, right? Like getting your kid to watch like Lion Guard, it's going to be easier than getting your kid to watch Lion King, even though Lion King's better. Yeah, it just doesn't connect to the kids as much as maybe it did previous generations. But that being said, it's still a great film. I would say Snow White, Pinocchio, great films to put on when your kids are going to sleep. And also a film you should watch. And again, like I say, honorable mention to Jordan Peterson's breakdown of Pinocchio in his Maps Meaning College course on YouTube. You should watch it. It's really, really good. What never connected with me? Fantasia. Technically, Fantasia is now. Well, I mean, so yes, Disney's Fantasia, C tier. It's not bad. It's not horrible. It's just not great. Right? Like it's not great. Right? Like it's very, yes, it's very boring. It's old. It doesn't hold up. It absolutely got bored once the singing started. Yeah, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of like if the film was good, which Fantasia isn't, right? But it kind of like it's so dated that there's this moment where you're like, what the fuck? Like I tried to watch with you guys on a movie night not too long ago, Blazing Saddles. And I was like, dude, Blazing Saddles is the most hilarious movie. Like, there's so many of these quotes. Like, do you like the movie Jungle Book? Hey, Jungle Book is in here, dog. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. I think Jungle Book is in here. It should be. It's one of the older ones, so it should be coming. Yeah, there it is. It's the bare necessities, old Mother Nature's recipes. Put the bare necessities to life. Oh, it's the bare necessities, old Mother Nature's recipes. Bare necessities to life. Wherever I wander, wherever I roam, I wouldn't be far from a big bear home. Yeah, no, I like Jungle Book. It's not bad. We'll get to it. So Fantasia, it just doesn't connect, and it reminds me of Blazing Saddles because like Blazing Saddles is a great movie, man. Like and I remember like it's got those great lines like "Where the white women at?" Right? Like, and the Klan comes after him, or like the Nazis that do like the backwards salute, and like there's so many funny movements from that moments from that film, and then you watch the film. And you get to the singing and dancing portion of like the temptress, right? The sultry chick that like falls in love with him because he's got a big black dick that they kind of like hint at, right? But like that burlesque show is so lame and is like 7 minutes or something. Like it's this super long portion of the film, and you're like, Jesus fuck, when does this end? And it's like, wow, this was meant for a time when people had an attention span that does not exist anymore, because oh my god, it's just like it's not it's not great. We'll cut him off at the pass. Yeah. All right, so moving on. Now we have Dumbo. Dumbo is B tier. Dumbo is just like, it's, I don't want to say it's the beginning of anything, okay? But it's kind of the beginning. It's the beginning of the left-wing kind of, actually, I'm going to put it in the C tier because of this. It's the beginning of the left-wing kind of like influence in film, where there's this concept of like, oh, we're making movies for kids and we want to teach kids values that we want to impose upon them. And so it doesn't quite make it into the evil category because none of the values that are there are wrong, right? Like nothing that is present within Dumbo is something that I think is like anti-conservative or anti-libertarian. In fact, you could even say that they're, the modern day conservatives would love it. And, but historically speaking, it's kind of the beginning of some of the problems that begin to arise within Disney films, within film in general. And this is the kind of the, it's a beginning of the rot of where this is the start. Dumbo is the start. I'm toying with the concept of like whether or not it belongs in evil, because the film itself isn't evil, but it is the beginning of the evil, right? The film itself is a great message, right? That celebrate our differences, and that, like what we get made fun of, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Dumbo, right? Like these classic examples of like what we get made fun of, what we're attacked for can sometimes be our greater strength. And everybody at the circus loves Dumbo and his ability to fly, right? And so it's like, it's cool in that way. But in the same way, it's like, it's not a mythology anymore, right? It's not a hero's journey. I mean, Dumbo is a hero's journey, actually. But it's not a great one, which is kind of why it's in C tier. And part of it is the beginning of that kind of progressive kind of, the left-wing favoritism. So this Dumbo comes out in 1941, right? And so what you have to understand is that Dumbo comes out when, and I'm not saying the Jews do everything, right? But this is when Jewish people that are fleeing the German production in Berlin, right? So there's so many great films made in the lead up to Nazi Germany taking over. Like, my favorite one would be Dr. Caligari in in the something the Somnambulist, right? Great classic German black and white talkie film, utilizing lights and shadows with paint because of the electricity rationing after in the Weimar Republic. And you're seeing that those group of people run from oppression, literal oppression. And they're running from Europe. Some of them are leaving France, right, where we got the montage, right? So in right before the 1940s, you have Moscow, Berlin, Paris, France, and Hollywood in America are kind of all competing. Edison is even competing in video camera technology and and things like this. And you have the different forms of film that are, fuck it, I'm skipping ads again. This specific thing isn't conducive to ads because we're in a conversation. Probably should have cut off ads for this one. Debates and stuff like that, it's like whatever. You fuckers watch an ad and then you go do whatever and then you come back and watch it on 2x speed and get caught up. It's not a big deal. But these conversational things, I don't like the ads. Because it's like, my the 10 cents I make isn't really helping break down the conversation. But yeah, so you have French and, the French are fleeing, the Germans are fleeing, especially the Jews, legitimate oppression and fear and scared. And they come into Hollywood, and this is when you get America really being the center, Hollywood really being the center. I mean, you have the battleship Potemkin in Russia. You do have Russian film that is really good in this kind of classical era, right? But this leads to so much, it leads to so many innovations and the growth of Hollywood. And of course, the fucking red commie shit that went in Hollywood later, etc. But Dumbo's the beginning of that. Dumbo is the beginning of let's make a movie where we want to make a fairy tale, but we also want to teach the kids a lesson. And the lesson here isn't a bad lesson. It's a good lesson for your kids, right? Celebrate our differences. Don't make fun of somebody just because they're disabled, right? And sometimes you never know that disability might turn into something great. I mean, for crying out loud, my son is currently nonverbal. It looks like he might start talking soon. Autistic, right? Yeah, fucking, you know what I mean? I don't know. He might grow up to design the best bridges in the world. Turns out autism sometimes fucking helps. At the very least, it'll be easy to make him a libertarian, So Dumbo's not a bad. Dumbo, I think, sits in a weird spot because it's not a bad film. It's not a great film, but it is the beginning of some of these things. So, you know, there's that. So we have our first evil film, Bambi. Bambi is an evil film. I mean, my son makes the great. You can hate me for this all that you want. Bambi is our first evil film made by Disney. It's environmentalist propaganda. It's tree hugging bullshit, right? It is the great evil in the film, right? Is the hunter that kills the father deer, and it wants you to it's vegan propaganda. It wants you to like the hunter kills Bambi's father, and it's like he has to run away, and there's this like chase scene with like storms and thunder and fire, and it's like lightning, and it's like the gun, the evil hunter, how dare he's a murderer, right? And it's like, dude, like these aren't animals, aren't fucking people, right? Like, it is, the entire thing is to get you to fall in love with the concept of animals, and like it's campy how thick they lay on the concept that like man and his domination of nature is evil. And Bambi is the prince of the forest. And the forest is this under threat thing from man. Man and his domination of nature, which is good, which is righteous. It is man shaping his environment in his own image to fit his own purpose. We're purpose-driven machines. Our consciousness drives us through motion and action. That is seen as evil. And instead, what is good, what is right in this film, as far as the film is concerned, is nature untouched by man. It is that there is this natural harmony and balance in the forest, that Bambi is the prince of the forest. And yes, it's a hero's journey, and he meets friends along the way, and there's many things where reality again asserts itself. But the main message of Bambi is an evil message. Why is it never evil when we build 40% a city but go 50% you hate animals? I'm not sure I understand what that means, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, it is, you're right, Shrek Eyes, like, it's not unique to like Bambi, right? I mean, like, when Disney was doing Aladdin, hilariously enough, they did everything they could to destroy Robin Williams' other film about nature, fairies. I can't remember the fucking name. Fern Gully, thank you. Fern Gully was like a really passionate pet project of Robin Williams. And Disney like tried to shut down that studio and destroy them. And they did all kinds of shady shit, like spend millions of dollars like buying up studio space that they weren't using to try and like keep Fern Gully from being able to be filmed, because they wanted Robin Williams to work on Aladdin instead of the thing that he was super about. And he told him like, hey, I really passionately feel good about this film, Fern Gully. And and I want you are going to please respect that if you want me to work on this film. And like, so they did all this evil shit. And that's why Robin Williams didn't return for the second one, for the remake, because he was like, fuck you, like you tried to destroy this fucking project of mine that we were so fucking. And it was like, I think they had like another film in competition as well, like an environmentalist kind of film. If I can't remember the full story about it, but it was pretty funny. Environmentalists are inconsistent. They're okay with some human destruction of nature, but have an arbitrary line. Yeah, I mean, it's not always necessarily arbitrary, but it usually is. I agree. So Bambi is an evil film. Moving forward, The Adventures of Ichabod and Mr. Toad. C tier, above Dumbo. Dumbo, you're going in the bin. It's goofy, it's fun. It's more like a TV series before Disney television was super popular. Because television wasn't super popular at the time in terms of like kids television, because you didn't have the many channels. And you did, I think they had Mickey Mouse Club at this time. I'm not sure historically, but it's not bad. It's just there's nothing special to it, right? It's brain candy for your kid. You could put it on and it wouldn't be anything like, there might be something bad in it. I don't necessarily remember if there was anything bad in. I don't remember there being anything bad in it. But it's just typical retelling of stories that have some value, right? Like the original Ichabod Crane story, and the original story of the Headless Horseman and things like that are great stories. But sometimes when you try and do things for a child audience that are darker, a lot gets lost in the editing process, and so it kind of it gets weird. So we will move on. Alice in Wonderland. I don't know if it belongs in front of Pinocchio or not. I'm going to put it in front of Pinocchio. Alice in Wonderland is really, really good. Chester Cat might be a problem for younger children. Okay? The scene where you have a cat smoking fucking opium, right? And getting blitzed out of his fucking mind. Maybe don't show your kids. Right? So like, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna create a new A tier. Because I think there's another one I want to add into this as well. Okay? And this one is going to be a second A tier. I'm going to call this one adult. So this A tier is adult. Okay? It's not bad, right? It's not a bad film at all. It's a great film. It's a phenomenal film. The book is phenomenal. There's so much meaning here, but also there's a lot of drug culture and references in this film. And it does deal with some hippie elements that are probably not something, there might just be too confusing to the child mind. And so the value of that imagery, I don't know if it's something you should show your little kids. Right? And so like the entire thing is in some ways like a metaphor for, an LSD experience. Also great film to watch on LSD. Just throwing that out there. It's a great film to watch on drugs, just saying. And probably everything that's going to go in the adult category is going to be true too of that as well. So it's not a bad film. It's a great film. I just don't know that I don't think you should show it to your young kids because it's too much. It's too confusing. It's too disjointed. The themes that are present are really good themes, but they're not themes that children would be able to grab and gravitate towards. So I don't want to call it evil because I don't think the themes in there are evil, right? You have the crone, which is really important, right? The queen, whoa, what happened to everybody? Where'd you go? Like there, the theme of the kind of like, there's some evil themes. Sorry, not evil themes, but like, the evil dictatorial woman, that hates the young exploratory girl, but like so many of the lessons that you learn are just so weird, Tweedledee and Tweedledum, it's hard to grasp, that Tweedledee and Tweedledum are references about honor and loyalty and about chivalry, and the outmoded concept of them, and selfishness is actually portrayed positively in ways here, right? And then the Mad Hatter, it's literally a Mad Hatter because of mercury poisoning, like there's just a lot here. It's not a film for kids. It's an adult film, and it's a great film. It's a film you should watch, and maybe watch it on drugs. Does the adult category just mean watch this on drugs? Yeah. It's kind of what I'm saying. So moving on. Peter Pan. Peter Pan is an S tier. I'll leave it. Peter Pan is an S tier film. Won my 9-ball match. I don't know what 9-ball is, 16-4, but sounds impressive. Interesting. How does this show good selfishness? Her usage of like the potion that changes her size, and like when someone else is like put in a negative situation as she goes down the rabbit hole, she doesn't give a fuck, right? Because you didn't 9-balls pool. Okay, like she doesn't care, right? She doesn't care that that someone is in need in order to survive, right? That person wronged her. They present to her no value, and so she looks out for herself in this strange place. She's independent in that way, right? But again, hard to explain these things to kids. Like every scene in that film is difficult to explain. So Peter Pan is another S tier film. It belongs in S tier. There are some mythological questions about Peter Pan, about whether or not Peter Pan is really just about death. About, Neverland is a place where kids go when they die. The clock of time. There's a lot of really cool themes here, but none of them are inappropriate. And Peter Pan is unique. It's not a typical classic hero's journey, but there are mythological structures here that exist, but they're about time. They're about youth. They're about the female protagonist is, the two female protagonists is about, is that are kind of clashing, are about motherhood, about taking care of these orphan boys, right? About cleaning them up, the descent into fantasy, and the reassertion of reality in by her coming in, by being invited in such a way is that way, right? The duality of man with Peter Pan and his shadow, father time and the clock ticking and the crocodile. There's a lot of really, really, really good things about Peter Pan, and Peter Pan is also unique. The concept of youth and the importance of childhood and the importance of protecting children and the importance of maintaining your inner child whilst also, not being a loser, whilst also, that like eventually your childhood wishes and dreams go away, but that you should keep a small piece of that within you, that you should look at the world and smile, and you should look at the world and be happy, and that you should take care of family. And this is something precious, the inner spirit, the inner child within. Don't go too far or you get, Michael Jackson blanket, right? But it is an important thing. And it's not something you find present in most stories, in most structures. So I think Peter Pan is an S tier because it's unique and it's good and it teaches a lot of good things. A little bit racist to Native Americans. If we're being honest, right? A little racist to Native Americans. It's like, what does the Indian do? How? Fucking it's a little racist, all right, but I mean, fucking it came out when it came out. You could call this film problematic, but it's all in good fun. You know what I mean? Like if you watch the film, it's not like they're like, it's not like they're drinking a bunch of alcohol and then going out and committing murders and like Peter Pan like ropes them together with a lasso and says, "Ooh, I finally stopped those dirty savages," right? Like he's sexually kind of like weirdly attracted to like one of these little cute Indian girls, etc. But a little racist. You got to get over it. You might have to explain it to your kids like, "Hey, what does the red man do? We don't call him that anymore." Like it's an old film. So is the hook old man defying death? I mean, everyone there is defying death, potentially. Also, the original Peter Pan, written by a based anarchist, for the record. And he's quoted in saying, every time an anarchist says they believe in democracy, a fairy dies. Yeah, he was a left-wing anarchist, but like, he was more of an anarcho-individualist. He was kind of closer to our camp of things. But yeah, he was a socialist, a communitarian type, voluntarist type person. But like, he knew that democracy was bullshit. As I just stated, every time an anarchist says they believe in democracy, a fairy dies, or a fairy somewhere dies. I'm paraphrasing. But yeah, you know what I mean? It's like, so there's some basedness. There's more based shit in this film than you think, right? Motherhood based. The author was based. There's a lot of really good shit in this. It's a great film, but yeah, you do got to kind of explain, like, hey, don't go to school and call your friend from the reservation the Red Man, and go woo, 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 like try not to do that, Timmy, because like we don't do that anymore. Like, please don't do that. Yeah, but it's still a great film. So The Lady and the Tramp. Lady and the Tramp, I think, is a solid B tier film in terms of based. It's not quite evil. There are some progressive elements to this film. There is some classism that is like, kind of like portraying the rich and the wealthy as evil. But it's not designed that way. There are some throwaway lines in The Lady and the Tramp that are weird, but the tramp is the whole concept is like there's some bad philosophy that undergirds the film The Lady and the Tramp, but it's not really that bad, right? Like, it gets a beer tier. It's not an evil film. It's not a film that like you show your kids, they're gonna be like, they're gonna get this bad stuff. John Jacob, this is both. I have like, I wrote down just like some quick jots on another page, but they're just bullet points to help me like jog my memory. But I've watched all of these films, except for I might have watched these before. I just don't remember. But if I don't remember, they're going in this category. So Lady and the Tramp, it's not bad, right? And there's some cool stuff in there, right? Like, the ingenuity of the tramp, but there's some, like, it's almost evil. I feel the same way about Dumbo with Lady and the Tramp. It's almost evil. The more I think about it, the more I almost want to put it in evil. I don't know. I'll put it in C tier over by Dumbo. It's almost evil because there are some elements here that are evil. So why is the lady abandoned? Well, she's abandoned because the wealthy family gets a child. And so, like, in part, that's kind of based, right? Because like the concept is that the a child is more important than a pet. But like, can we not Mitt Romney the dogs, and can we not pretend like the wealthy just like kick dogs on the street the moment they have a baby because they're just like evil people? And like, there's kind of like this theme of like the Aristocats, tout le monde, not tout le monde, like the Aristocats are better than you, right? Like, there's kind of that theme in The Lady and the Tramp. But ultimately, it's an old story. It's much older than the one told by by this. I mean, it's about the young man that is, that is street smart and savvy and attractive and kind of a playboy, but he's encapsulated by a woman that's in need for help. And, together he uses his street smarts and she uses her sophistication and her naivete to tame him. And together they become like a better kind of a better unit together. So like, there's good in the film as well. There's good philosophy in the film, almost as much as there is bad philosophy in the film. So like, it's kind of it's a middle place. Good point, and I understand looking at things and people more individualistically. Yeah, like there are good elements, there are bad elements in Lady and the Tramp. And I suspect the Lady and the Tramp was probably made by some commie fucks that hated rich people and put in and snuck in some of their bias and their views, but by doing the story Lady and the Tramp, a classic romance, really, because it's a romance film. It's not, I mean, it is a hero's journey in a sense, a female journey, but it's a romance story. And by doing that, reality asserted itself, kind of like Starship Troopers, like we were talking about, right? Where like the story has to be told a certain way in order for it to make sense. And once it makes sense, it's got some based stuff in it, but it also has some evil shit in it. But it's not a wholly evil film like Bambi is. Bambi is vegan propagandistic bullshit. It's evil. The Lady and the Tramp, it has some issues. It's not a film, and it's an old film. It's not a film I would show your kids. No, I don't. Why they're Team Ape? That's hilarious. Sleeping Beauty. Where does Sleeping Beauty belong? Where do you guys think Sleeping Beauty? I'm curious what you guys think Sleeping Beauty. Where does Sleeping Beauty belong? Is it a B tier film? What do you guys think about Sleeping Beauty? They're Team Ape because they think humanity is evil. Well, it's hilarious because the new Planet of the Apes film, I just watched it. It's like a hero's journey about apes and shit. Humans barely play a fucking role in the film. Barely play a fucking role. I mean, they do, but like not really. Humanity doesn't really. That new Planet of the Apes film has evil philosophy. But we're not talking about fucking Planet of the Apes right now. All right? Sleeping Beauty. Where do you think Sleeping Beauty belongs? Yeah, you're right, John Jacob. All right, well, since you fuckers want to talk about Planet of the Apes, Sleeping Beauty's S tier. Shocker, right? I know you, I want you the once upon a dream. It is, I know it's feminine gold. It really is. Sleeping Beauty is not evil. Sleeping Beauty is absolutely pure based as fuck. In fact, it goes above all of the others currently. Okay? It's above Snow White, right? It is probably one of the most based Disney films. I mean, what is the story of Sleeping Beauty? The story of Sleeping Beauty is that when you have is again, there's the crone. It's very important, right? Maleficent. Here is a crone that is hated because of who she is as a person, her bitterness, her drifting beauty. She's an evil villain, right? And so she uses her power and her evil to cast a curse that when she touches I forget what it's called, spindle or whatever those things you weave yarn, you weave shit with, right? That she's going to die, right? And so the moment she touches it, she's going to die forever. And like, because how dare you not invite me to this party, right? How dare society not indulge in the fantasy that I am of high value, that I am amazing? No, you're a bitch and you're getting old and you're ugly now. Nobody likes you, right? Fuck off. You should have had a family. Should have been a good mom. Should have been a good person, not an evil witch, right? And so what happens is, well, now you have older women, the fairy godmothers, that accept their role. And their role is to take care of children in society. Their role is to be a maternal influence on the next generation. Their role is to support the kingdom, to support the family, to support others through their wisdom and through their maternal love. Giving up and self-sacrificing here is a little, campy. It's not necessarily the objectivist, perfectly good, explanation. But they do so because they value her. Right? It's not like they're helping the homeless to help the homeless. They do it because they hate that bitch, right? They want to get back. They go, how do we get back against this mean bitch? Right? They get together, we're gonna give up our powers and we're gonna raise her for 16 years. Spoiler alert, Princess Aurora is 16 and Prince Charming is 26. Spoiler, this was a story about pedophilia if you ask modern day feminists. And obviously they're represented by Maleficent here. It's a base fucking story, fuck them. But that's what people thought of, like, was the age of majority back then. 90, it's not until the 70s until we start going like, no, it's 18 years old. Princess Aurora's 16. Spoiler alert. If that weirds you out or creeps you out, maybe don't show this to your kids, but I don't feel like it's that big a deal. Now, Princess Aurora is raised to not be Maleficent. She's not arrogant. She isn't given a life of a brat. She's bred to be superior in that she is the princess, that she is meant to be the queen of this kingdom. And she's an arranged marriage, yes, but that arranged marriage, there's love there by happenstance. The love comes because of the circumstance and because of duty and because of fate, right? And so it's kind of a pro-arranged marriage, pro-family planning film as well. It's a very, very trad con film in a lot of ways. There's a lot of base stuff here. I give to the poor because I value making objectivists upset. I guess fine. Can these feminists explain why Cuties is okay and original Sleeping Beauty and anime isn't? Because in Cuties, a Muslim woman made it, so therefore based, and a Muslim French woman who faced a lot of oppression. And in Sleeping Beauty, she's sexually assaulted. Okay, she's asleep and Prince Charming kisses her. Fucking how horrible. But no, in all seriousness, Sleeping Beauty is an amazing film. There's a lot to be said about fate, how you can't escape fate, right? And that how love conquers it, right? The prince fights through, but again, he's helped by the older generation. Throughout the entire film, the older women, that voice from you kills me every time. Oh, sorry. But no, Sleeping Beauty is absolutely S tier. 101 Dalmatians. It's not purely evil. Yeah, see when you get back, Ghost Recon. It's not purely evil, right? Like Cruella de Vil is a fucking cunt. Being against puppy mills, and turning puppies into coats is fucking, it is a caricature of class, and it is designed to like kind of maybe push like, this concept of like the rich being evil, etc. But the rich are evil a lot of times, right? Like it's not like it's commie propaganda or anything. And it is a pro-family film. It's fun, it's cute, but mostly it's just, oh, puppies are cute. Oh, puppies. Puppies are cute. Oh, like it's not that great. There's nothing special to 101 Dalmatians. Sure, but I've seen far more poor people are bad animals. I mean, that's true, but I mean, you don't do a research study when you're going to do something. That's all I remember. And the mom trying to get the kids. Yeah, it's like there's some family dynamic issues here, but it's kind of just it's not evil because it's really more just a mess. It's beloved by many people because people love the cartoon puppies, but it's not like it doesn't have a good structure. There's not like a good journey in the film. It's all kind of just thrown together. It's a mess. It's not a great film. Cuties is an abomination. Yeah, I think we all agree to that. But nevertheless, yeah. So 101 Dalmatians. There's not a lot to say about it. It's not great. There's nothing amazing about that film. All right, Sword in the Stone. Sword in the Stone is an A tier film. And again, I could be convinced that it's B tier. It has the same problems that Pinocchio has in that it doesn't hold up very well. Sword in the Stone is a hero's journey. It's an Arthurian legend with a unique Disney take on it, which is that Merlin is a kind of a more of a father figure mentor to an orphaned child without family. And it kind of Sword in the Stone, without Sword in the Stone, you don't get the magic school bus, right? I know that sounds weird to try and draw the thread here, but if you watch Sword in the Stone again, what you will see is that there's an interesting kind of sense of scientific discovery and curiosity, and it's designed to trigger that in young boys, designed to go, don't just play with a stick in the mud. It's a different take. It's less mythological, but I think it's good. I could be convinced that it's B tier from you guys if you're purely looking at it from a mythological perspective. But what I think it does very well is it grabs the curiosity of a child, right? Like when he turns into a fish and it explains how fish live in the world, and it's about understanding the marriage of magic and science. Right? It's like Merlin is a wise wizard with magic, and yet he's teaching him how to understand and perceive the world. And so it's really about like the path to power and the path to greatness is about intellectual curiosity, about looking at the world around you and being able to view and see it as not just magical, but being able to understand how the world works, how these pieces fit together. And the evil that is seen is him as a squire are these doofus knights that are arrogant and have wealth and have power as an aristocracy, but what they lack is a childlike curiosity for the world. And because of that, they're ignorant. They don't seek to discover and learn and grow. So I think there are actually really, really, really based messages in The Sword and the Stone, but absolutely for the reason Slenzer that you brought up, because it's not really a mythological story and it doesn't tell that hero's journey. It doesn't hold up as a folk tale, and it's old and it's kind of hard to watch for newer audiences because it has that like late 60s, early 70s. I don't remember the exact time, but it has that very old kind of animation style to it that's difficult to get into, especially young kids. But I do think it's based. I just don't know that it holds up as a film. That's why I put it in A tier. I don't think it belongs in S tier, but I do think it belongs in A. 1963, thank you. All right, moving on. Jungle Book. This is going to make a lot of you mad. I don't think Jungle Book's an S tier or A tier film. I love Jungle Book. I grew up on Jungle Book. And no, I don't give a fuck about the fact that that Jungle Book is, racist against black people because I want to be just like you. I want to be a man, right? Because some fucking CRT people are like, super concerned because there's a slight kind of like inkling that like the apes might be about black people. I don't give a fuck. It's an old film, man. People were kind of racist. It's funny. Don't care. I don't even know that I believe that like the monkeys that want to be like men are supposed to be black people. No, I'm not talking about that. I think the people that say that are full of shit. It comes with a warning when on Jungle Book. So does Sleeping Beauty and Lady and the Tramp and a couple others. Comes with like a warning that like, you sure you want to let your kids watch this? Peter Pan does. Yeah. No, I don't think it's that bad. I just don't think it's that great. I don't think it's that good. I mean, it's a hero's journey. It's about, the child, and it discusses the dangers and like, the great evil, etc. It's just it doesn't feel like there's a really important life lesson here, right? It feels like they got too distracted by where they were. So it's more about the woods and about like what a bear does and about the concept of man told through the monkeys and how man is different as a hierarchical being, as king of the jungle is good, and then there's, and it is good that it is seen as evil that man, but man is also kind of portrayed as evil. And again, it has this Bambi narrative that's so common in so many films, as we said, where, man is the burner of the forest. Man is, feared, but he's not like that because he grew up in nature. So he has a respect for nature. So there's some of that evil in there. But that's typical of our society. Nature worship is unfortunately common. But I just don't think it does a great job of doing anything. Like, it does a good job of having fun songs. It does a good job of animation, like the snake and the hypnotic eyes of the snake and the lithe movements of the panther and the goofiness of the apes and the monkey, and the voice acting is good. Like, it's fun. But it doesn't really do... why do I think nature worship is so prevalent? Because mysticism is so prevalent. And because we depend... And because... Yeah, there you go. Because mysticism is prevalent. Yeah, Derek Johnson, you're not wrong, right? Like, so it's not evil like Bambi, right? Like, it's antithesis of man, yeah. But it's not like Bambi where like it's designed to like be a nature lover kind of thing, right? But it is in a way. And so that the theme of the film is a political film that is an evil message. But it's also a hero's journey. It's also as fun. And as John Jacob puts, very well, is that Derek puts it, like, it is the integrated man that like has a respect for both that like, that does all right. And like, I don't think it's worthy of evil title because I don't think it's as over the top as some of these other ones might be. Aristocrats. I got to go to my notes for this one. It's been a while since I've seen it. Where are you at? There you are. It kind of goes in the same category as these three. It's the Aristocats is a communist propaganda film. I don't know. I'm going with evil. I changed my mind. I'm going with evil. It is a communist propaganda film about class and about how, about the superiority of the Aristocats because they inherited, the Duchess retired opera singer, they inherit their money and they abandon these cats. And like, these cats are, meaningless in this class society. And it's like, you get the that song, oh, you're nothing, and they're belittled, and it's supposed to be like this class struggle against the wealth that don't deserve their money because it's inherited. It's on the nose, but I mean, it's a story. It's like most Disney films, there's a coming together kumbaya moment, right? It's not like off with their heads, kill the rich, burn them, right? Like but it is an evil film. I would say this is an evil film. And hilariously enough, it's one of those films that gets, kind of like, I believe, it like one of those films where like I'm pretty sure you get a warning when you try and play it because it has outdated themes, etc. She literally slums it and falls in love with a revolutionary. What? Also true. Lady and the Tramp, kinda, right? Yeah, I mean, so it's communist propaganda. I'd be interested to look into it more to see like who made it and why. Yeah, so far right now, you know, in this arc we have our base films, Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, Peter Pan, our evil films, Bambi and Aristocats. Just listen to the music and you'll hear the, you know, they try to hide it with like jazz and soul and there seems to almost be like a because it's a, so this is also the beginning of Destination Disney is what I would like to call it, right? Where we try and coach a film in where the film is so that we can tell a story, right? So, you know, you have the Aristocats is, you know, oh, Paris, you know, right? Like it's a French revolutionary kind of film in that regard as well. You know, but like you have all these destination kind of like all of these themes, etc., are based upon the area that it's in. Robin Hood. So Robin Hood gets a new S tier. Robin Hood is a thing all in and of itself. It is going to be S tier, and I'll explain why. It's S tier with a caveat. The reason it's S tier with a caveat is that the film Robin Hood is commie propaganda, and it's evil. Much of the story, the narrative of Robin Hood is evil. But there are based elements in it, and that's because reality asserts itself. Why? Because the old story of Robin Hood is the most libertarian-based shit ever. It is a story about a man that goes off to war, comes back, and his people are being, the people of Sherwin Forest and area are being taxed so heavily that they can't function. So he goes and he steals from the tax collectors, and he doesn't redistribute to the poor. He redistributes to the people that are with him, which are the people that are collectively fighting the fucking tax killers that live in the area to get their tax money back. He steals his own tax money and gives it to himself. He's literally Ragnar Daniskjöld from Atlas Shrugged. Like, he is Ragnar Daniskjöld, who is taking the relief boats and sinking them to the bottom of the sea, specifically making sure the copper goes to the bottom, and then grabs those relief aid, turns it into gold, and then puts it in a bank for everybody, that eventually makes it to, what is Galt's Gulch, right? But the film is not that. And most of the Robin Hood films are stealing from the rich and giving to the poor. They are evil. This is an evil film, but it has based elements because it is stealing from the tax collector and giving back to the people, at least in this film, because it's an early Robin Hood. Later Robin Hoods, it's all about wealth redistribution, etc. And so it gets its own special category because it's a film that needs context. Robin Hood is a libertarian left. Not really, not the original Robin Hood, but this one kind of is, yeah. So Robin Hood is really, really good for your older kids if you want to have a conversation about politics, right? Like if your kids are like 11 or 10 and you want to like watch some movies and be like, dude, come on, let's, and you have like a movie night with the kids or something. Old enough to get the themes and talk about it a little bit. Young enough to where they're not demanding that like you watch a new movie or that you watch something more entertaining. And to where they still respect your opinion. So there's a short time window where this film is actually really good to watch with your kids and talk about. Original Robin Hood was a straight thief. No, original Robin Hood stole from tax collectors. So you got to have that conversation. Yep, it's everywhere. All right, moving on. The Mini Adventures of Winnie the Pooh. I don't remember. I never really watched Winnie the Pooh. I was never a big Winnie the Pooh guy. I'm sorry. The Rescuers. B tier. The Rescuers is not bad. It's not good. It's not amazing. It's a fun film. You know, there's good stuff in it. You know, it's not like, there's nothing like special about it. There's nothing bad about it. It's not, I wouldn't say it's forgettable or bad in the way that like these C tier films are, right? It's a solid beat. It's fun. Watch it with the kids. There's nothing really special is gonna happen, right? It's just there's some campy kind of moments, right? Like it's goofy, silly fun. Like you get these kind of like, you know, like the bird with like the, you know, like the engine, you know, it's okay. It's like, there's not a lot to say about it. Next is A Fox and the Hound. There are progressive social values in The Fox and the Hound. Would be like as a mouse, yeah. So The Fox and the Hound is another B tier film. Now, The Fox and the Hound is like, there's some progressive stuff here, right? You know, The Fox and the Hound, they're friends. You know, they have different things like, you know, the fox is always being silly and sly and a trickster. You know, the hound is, you know, uses his sense of smell. It is a progressive film about like, love black people, love Jews, love thy neighbor. Multiculturalism is good, actually. So there is progressive values that are very clearly forced into this film. But much like Dumbo, it's not bad, right? Like, it's not evil. It's not like, you know, hey, you ought love your friends for their differences and learn to live together, you know, even though you're, you know, supposed to be enemies. You know, it's okay that you're friends and that you're together. Like, there's nothing really, true little bits. There's nothing really bad about it. It's not an amazing film, by the way, Fox and the Hound. Evil white guy hunter, good hippie woman. Yeah, I mean, like I said, but it's not like the theme of the film isn't like Bambi. The theme, like these films are evil. They're not bad, right? Like, I don't want to put something in the evil category because we're doing it like based to evil. So like these films are in between evil and base. Like, it's not like there's base, there's evil, and then we're ranking these by how good of a film they are. Like, what I'm talking about is, like, I'm ranking them on how good of the film they are in combination with how morally good or morally bad they are. And so I think this belongs in B. It's not on the right side of history. It's not really on the wrong side of history, right? It's just is. It sits in the center. It's not a bad film. It's got some good elements. It's got some bad elements, right? Like, it's not a film that if you show your kids, it's going to, like, have your kids, you know, ready to join the revolution because there's Freirian concepts here. At least not for the most part. Every Disney movie is evil if you look at them from a non-child's perspective. Not Sleeping Beauty, not Snow White, not Peter Pan, not Pinocchio, not Sword in the Stone, not Alice in Wonderland. I would say that these are good films, morally good, looked at from an adult perspective. But we'll move on. Great Mouse Detective. I've seen it. Don't really remember it. Sorry. Next, Black Cauldron. Black Cauldron is another special film. It also belongs in the adult category. Black Cauldron, maybe I should, to make it make sense, I'll put it at the top of the adult category. No, it's special. It's its own thing. Black Cauldron is an amazing film. It is one of the best films on this list, period. Not really a kid's film. So the story of Black Cauldron is Black Cauldron was set to release in 1984. Now, Black Cauldron, set to release in 1984, was a film, was one of the first films. It's the first full feature-length film by Disney that utilizes some elements of CGI whilst mostly being a hand-drawn thing. It is also the old guard training the new guard of Disney 2D and 3D animators before Pixar's a thing. So this is a Black Cauldron is based off of a fantasy novel series that is mostly basically like a D&D campaign. And it is an amazing artistic undertaking because they're experimenting with the combination of 2D drawn and hand-drawn animation and CGI together in a way that is a beautiful masterpiece. It's one of the most beautiful Disney films ever. It was supposed to release in 1984, and what happened was they had to redo a whole bunch of it because when they tested it, they basically said this film terrifies children. Like, it is so scary that they had to redo it. They had to redo a bunch of scenes and they had to take out scenes. So then they redid it. They released it in 1985 and it was a massive box office flop. It cost them $44 million or $41 million to produce because there was so many animators working on it, because it was their passion project. It was a film that many of them wanted to do for years and years and years, and they were finally got the green light and they got the rights to do the film. And then it was because they were first time utilizing CGI. They spent a lot more time on this film than they did ever, and it made barely over half of what it cost in the box office. It made like 20-some million dollars. Cost like 40-some million dollars. It did not release it was so bad it didn't release the VHS until 1999 or 1989, I believe. Yeah, 89. So it took a couple years. It's 89 or 99. I have to look. Black Cauldron release to VHS. 1998. So the film was supposed to come out in 1984, came out in 1985, didn't even go out to VHS until 1998. Dude, these are literally all fucking Disney films. You're gonna learn to pirate if you don't want to get Disney Plus. It's not that hard, dude. Spend $10 a month to get a VPN and pirate that shit. Yeah, so this isn't going to be in your mom's. This has a quote. It's basically a D&D campaign. It's an adult film. It's a dark film, but it is a gorgeous film. You owe it to yourself to watch Black Cauldron just for the artwork alone. It's beautifully drawn with so many cool elements. It's like watching The Hobbit, the cartoon Hobbit. If the cartoon Hobbit was gorgeously hand drawn with some animation, with all of the best animators in the 1980s working on one film. Hi guys, looking for some things I can complain to my brother about. All right. So Black Cauldron is special. It's in its own category. Remember, it's also an adult film. Absolutely, it's a must-see for everybody here. It's a gorgeous film, gorgeously drawn, gorgeously animated, really cool film. It's not for kids. It's dark. Even with the remake, it's still dark. It's it's a hero's journey of a bard and a princess and it's a D&D campaign film, right? Like it's like a Hobbit. It's a fantasy film. It's not really a princess kids film. It's something that the animators wanted to do really, really bad, and it flopped. And I don't even think that most of the animators cared, to be honest. I think they were happy to do it. On Steamboat Willie and the Song of the South, I don't care. Like Steamboat Willie and like those little shorts and stuff are just like so not relevant that I don't care. Like nobody's like, people that are acting like they're offended by it are retarded because you're not watching it. All right. Cinderella. Cinderella's A tier. Yeah, Steamboat Willie is like, I mean, there's a lot of propaganda. Like, I don't care about Steamboat Willie. It's just not relevant. Nobody's watching that shit, right? I mean, you might watch it, but like your kids aren't paying attention to it. Like, it's old black and white cartoons are weird, like, you know, with all kinds of different messages. So Cinderella is A tier. It's not S tier. It's not as good as some of the films in S tier, right? But it's good. It's a good film, right? I mean, it's, you know, it's a film about, you know, jealous old women. There's a crone. You know, there's about the, you know, the concept of true love. You know, not being loved for, you know, the prince doesn't want to find a woman that loves him for his money, but instead wants to find a woman that, you know, can love him because of connection. It's a story about true love. True love is something that I think is, you know, obviously overrated. You know, it's not something I'm a big believer in. There's a little bit campy, but I mean, you know, it's a great princess film for your daughter or your son to watch. I'm a Disney bot. Yeah, for sure. So I mean, like Cinderella it's okay. It's like, it's not bad. It's not B tier. It's a good film, right? It's well done. It looks good. It's you know, it's good. You know, it's okay. You know, I'm a Disney and NATO bot. Disney was actively anti-communist and anti-Jew. Like Walt Disney was a fucking anti-Semite. Like, but I don't care about fucking Steamboat Willie, you know? So I would say Cinderella is a good film. You know, it's fun. The music is really good. It just, you know, it is what it is. So we'll move on to the next one. Oliver and Company. Oliver and Company gets a B. There is some anti-capitalist kind of concepts here, right? You know, the thief dogs, you know, living on the streets, you know, the wealthy evil guy that, you know, wants to steal the little kitten, because it might be a rich person's kitten, you know, and abuses the homeless guy who's in debt to him. Like there's some evil shit in the film. But again, it's like, I'll put it in C tier, top of C tier, I think. But it's like, it's not the whole film really is just about a lost animal, an abandoned animal. And like the wealthy family ends up adopting them anyways. The girl ends up adopting them. Everybody loves them, right? Like, it's like, so it's not that bad. Bitch, I said skip ads. I tried to do ads on you again. You know, Silver Ogre, I do actually remember reading about that and reading about how some of the quotes of Walt Disney are fake. I might have to look back. You know what? I apologize for saying he was an anti-Semite, because now that I remember that I have looked up this charge before years ago, and remember realizing that like a lot of it was bullshit, and that like he just hated commie fucks in Hollywood. I'll have to look into it again. But the train's got the train. So I would say that Oliver and Company is it has some fun music, you know. It's it doesn't have like your typical Disney. The music and stuff is fun, but it doesn't fit the kind of like, there's no leitmotif, there's no like Broadway kind of like a way of doing the music in a structure, right, where there's like a refrain, right? So it's a fun film. It doesn't really feel like a Disney film, and like I said, it's offset by other things. The ending is the girl gets the cat, everyone's happy, everyone's accepting, and so the message isn't really so much that rich people are evil, but like this guy was evil. Like it glorifies, street living and, tries to make us feel sympathy for like, the homeless and the downtrodden, which isn't necessarily bad, right? It's not bad to think homeless people have it rough. They do, right? But you can tell that it's very progressive, but most cinema is going to be that way. So it's not evil, right? It's not great. It's not based. It's not giving us any like, based vibes at all. And the film isn't that great. They're going to lock me in the Disney vault. We learned all of this during research for that McCarthy stream. Is that what it was? Interesting. Yeah, I do remember kind of going over that and being like, fuck. The Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid is another S tier film. The Little Mermaid is absolutely an S tier film. Obviously not the fucking remake because it's just a shittier version of the original. Again, a little uncomfortable. She's not 18, it's fucking even when the Little Mermaid came out, we still fucking hadn't figured out that 18's a better number, but whatever. Sorry for that, There's some issues there, but it's dated. This is like the last one where they're not 18, right? After this, everybody's 18. Okay. After this, all the Disney princesses and shit are 18 years old. This is the last one. It's a little awkward. Princess Ariel's 16. My bad. That's on you, Disney. You got a little, took this one you shouldn't be forgiven for, right? This one, maybe make this one, 18. You should have known better by the Little Mermaid. But setting that aside, it's a based fucking film. It is a great fucking film. Ursula is hilariously is based off of a drag queen, but Ursula's still a crone. The woman who felt she couldn't get the king of the sea. She couldn't get her titan, or she couldn't get her man, so she turned evil, and of course, she helps those poor unfortunate souls, right? Great crone, and she steals the woman's voice. The strength and the power in that is really, really, really important because, and this is why Little Mermaid is so based. Because it's not just that the crone uses her magical power to fight against the young woman and to fight against love and to use reputation management. She does more than that. She steals her voice. She tries reputation management destruction. She tries to destroy the concept and she lies and she steals her voice and she supplants herself and tries to put herself in between the love interest. This is the thing young women need to learn to look out for. They need to look out for these women that are toxic, that will lie about them, that will, try and destroy their reputation when they're not paying attention, that try to steal their voice, right? It's a warning to young girls. Don't let someone steal your voice. Be strong. Speak up for yourself. Let yourself know. Is it more? I would say Little Mermaid is more based than Sleeping Beauty and Snow White. If we want to put it in the category here, let yourself know. Let yourself be known, right? Like have a voice. Speak up for yourself. And also, the film is about love conquering all. The film is about, and this is another important aspect you see in Little Mermaid, and it's about leaving where you are, going to a new area and trying new things and being brave. It's a modern story, but an important one to go out and find love from a man in a new place, in a new environment. Don't just stay, in this little hole if there's love that you can find elsewhere. Have I read the original stories for any of these? For some of them. I've read like a bunch of stuff on Mulan. Yeah. Wow, hold on, Scott. Women having a voice and not having my dinner ready. Get this progressive bullshit out of here. I mean, well, she's she's going after, no. I'm sounding like a feminist bot. Yeah, of course. Pyrotechnics on wooden ships. No. Stop. She has her voice in the sense that she's strong, but she's not independent, right? Like she's not like a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. She's literally going after a man, right? But it's to let women know that like these bitches will try and fuck you over, right? Like these bitches will try and destroy you. They will come after you. They will lie about you. Be prepared for those things. And she uses her femininity. She uses her beauty. She uses her youth. She uses her genuine, albeit naive throughout the growth of the film, but her genuine love and passion to overcome the bullshit, the evil, the lies, right? She rises above it. But it is a warning to you. The Little Mermaid is a love story, but more than anything, it's a warning, right? It's a warning about straying too far from the advice of your father, but also recognizing that sometimes you have to break away and do your own thing when you're old enough. But when you do that, you step into a great tumultuous unknown, fraught with danger, especially from the women that wish to destroy you. Because it's not men that destroy women. It's women that destroy women, right? Like, obviously, back of the dark alley, fucking like, give me all your money and hike up your dress is obviously destroying women. But like, for the most part, the real danger for most women is jealous women and hatred from other women. And to become like Ursula, to become jaded and power obsessed and to be a jilted lover and to not accept your fate and to deal with it. Yes, I have a daughter. I have a daughter and a son. I spend more time with my son because I pick him up from like ABA therapy and stuff. So I spend time with my son twice a week. I'm getting him from his therapy for his autism therapy. Whereas with my daughter, I just give my daughter like every other weekend dad. Here in a couple days, I'm gonna have them every day for the second half of this month. But Little Mermaid is amazing. Must watch for your kids. And it's even good as an adult. The Rescuers Down Under. I don't really feel like everything I have to say about the Rescuers Down Under is the same. It's not bad, it's not good, it's not great. There's nothing really evil per se. Not enough. It's not an evil theme. It's just not. Yeah, I remember it, but I'm actually going to put it in the don't remember category because I do remember it, but it's not a memorable film. And the Rescuers is honestly even worse. But I do happen to really remember it. So, all right. So next one, Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast is, you guessed it, another S tier film. Any of the more OG. So I'm doing these in, so this tier list is in order, chronological order. So I don't know if you've noticed, but we started with Snow White. That's why Black Cauldron is 84, right? Like now we're in the 90s era with like Beauty and the Beast, right? We're going in chronological order. You might see some more evils here soon. Right, so we're yeah. So Beauty and the Beast. Beauty and the Beast is absolutely an S tier. just below Little Mermaid. The Beauty and the Beast lacks the crone, which is a very important thing for young women, but the Beauty and Beast is the quintessential mythological story for women, right? It is, you are the beautiful girl in town. You're a little bit different. You go out. You are engaged with a dangerous man. She saves her father by sacrificing herself to save her father. It's the call to adventure for women is either family or romance. If the call to adventure isn't to save family or isn't romance, then it's not a realistic mythological story. It's a story that could happen, but it's not a story that really speaks to why women go on adventure. Women go on adventures because of those two reasons, because of the threat to the family or for romance. And Beauty and the Beast does both. It is a genuine. What is so important about the crone? What do they represent really? They represent the failures of women. So Jordan Peterson does this weird fist thing where he talks you'll see him do this anytime you see Jordan Peterson do this, right? He's talking about probably Jean Panksepp, and he's talking about fear and drive motions in rats, right? So you'll see Jordan Peterson do this, and he'll talk about having something to run away from. But it's true, right? You can't just have something to run towards in a myth. You need to have something to run away from. The crone is the female thing that you run away from. It's the great evil. But the great evil, the true evil is what you can become if you're not careful. So you're not just running away from the evil women, but you're also running away from your potential future if you don't make the right decisions. That's what the crone represents. The crone represents the woman. So in The Little Mermaid, for example, why is she so angry? Why is she a bitch? She's a bitch because, the dark, hungry mother. She's a bitch because she tried to get with the king, with Ariel's father, right? And she was jilted. She wasn't the one that was chosen. And so because she's not the one that was chosen, she was cast aside. She became bitter and hated instead of realizing that she needed to get her shit together and find somebody else. And so her hubris knocked her down, and she refused to accept it. She refused to be humbled by the experience and pick a different man. Instead, she demanded that reality shaped to her. She demanded that the king should have expected her. And so instead of just picking, someone else and having a happy life, she became emboldened and hated, and she became bitter, and she hates young women, and she grew her magical power because she wants revenge. And so she uses young women, destroys their reputation, steals their voice, all so that she can put those young women in danger, all just to get vengeance on reality. And the reality isn't against the king to gain power. The vengeance against reality is that is that she's old and she has no family, and that no one gives a fuck about her, and that she's not valued. She's a fat, old, ugly bitch now, and nobody likes her, because she didn't get her shit together and she didn't settle down and have a family. So the crone is something that women have to recognize as evil, but it's also something that they have to recognize that they themselves will become if they don't make the right choices in life. That you don't want to be the 40-year-old, the 35-year-old woman that's been run through by 100 dicks but never found, anybody that to settle down with, that doesn't have a family, focused all on power, career, etc. And now you're bitter, and now you're on Twitter yelling about how, Pearly Things is a bitch, and posting thirst traps, because you went to the gym and you got a six-pack, but you still don't look as good as you used to, and trying to claim everything's okay and that you could get a man whenever you want and you could have a family whenever you want. And it's but you're 37, 38, you can't get pregnant, all right? You're fucked. Is there a male version? Yeah, the Lion King, Scar. You're not the crone. You're the beta male. You're the beta brother that uses intelligence and jealousy against the rightful king and tries to kill him and destroy him. It's set. It's it's in the classic male version too. It's just he's the main villain. The incel? I mean, yeah, maybe, but the only incel story is Hunchback of Notre Dame. And he's the hero. Because Captain Phoebus be smashing Esmeralda. But anyways, Beauty and the Beast. It's a classic story. It is the classic hero's journey for the feminine. And it is about the love, self-sacrifice, that love requires a sacrifice, but there's a goal there, and that goal is the taming of a man, right? Like, she recognizes that there's a kernel of good that is capable in the beast, and she falls in love with that because he's a complicated man, and that complicated man is tamed by her love. Because you want a man to be a beast. You want a man to be a monster. You want a man that can protect you in the middle of the night. You don't want a bitch. You don't want a beta. But, like, what ends up happening is women often fall for Gaston because they can't have the beast. And Gaston's just a fuckboy. And she recognizes that he's worthless because he's just as bad as all these beta males. He's a toxic man. Right? He's obsessed with, like, her as a sexual trophy, right? Like, there's not a real way for him to love her, right? Like, he's Andrew Tate, right? Gaston is Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate's a fucking loser. He's a millionaire, right? Like, but, like, at the end of the day, you can't find meaning or happiness in a relationship with Andrew Tate. All he does is, like, traffic fucking 15 and 16-year-old girls to a country where it's legal for him to fucking have sex with them on camera, and then steal all the use them in these pseudo consensual contracts so that he can, like, make a bunch of money off of them, right? He's a player, he's a fuckboy. Like, he pretends at wisdom by saying based things. He's Gaston, right? And Gaston's worthless. Actual libertarian ideals in a majority population requires the most extreme government intervention. The U.S. birthed from strife in Europe. I need more than this. I really I don't need more money. Pause. Thank you so much. But I want, when it's Stacey Bay Street, whenever you get caught up, I'm gonna heart it. Whenever you get caught up, because I know you're behind. Whenever you get caught up, please tell me more. Absolutely. Tell me more. Explain this a little bit. No, I don't need more answer. I don't. No. I don't need more. No, I didn't say that. I did not. She's behind, so she's not listening. She's just looking at chat, and you're over here fucking quoting me. so it makes it look like I'm super ungrateful, you fuck. Oh, fucking I hate you. Yeah. Like, you're quoting me, but she won't hear the quote for like another hour. Because she's behind, and she started from the beginning, but she's in chat, like, currently. No. Oh, God. Anyways. Beauty and the Beast is based. It's an S tier. It belongs there. Let's continue. Aladdin. Well, I said an hour. She was like 2 hours behind. I'm assuming it, like an hour ago or something. So I assume she is watching it. No, Aladdin's evil. Aladdin is evil. Aladdin is another evil film. I'm supposed to feel sorry about this fucking loser thief that runs around being like, oh, I don't have it well, who then gets hired to go steal some more shit, and then fucking steals from the guy that hired him to steal some shit, who fucking tricks this genie into fucking getting out of his first wish because he's a swindler little fucker who's deeply in love with Esmeralda, but only in love with her because she's hot and because she's a princess, who's obsessed with wealth, right? And he's gutter trash. He's a gutter trash thief. Hold the fuck on. Hold up. Yeah, John, I'm with you that there wasn't the original, but like the original is only matters a little bit. It's evil. It's an evil fucking film, right? Like he does so many immoral things, and he saves himself because he defeats the bad guy who's worse than him. He lies throughout most of the film. He steals. He's trash. He lies to the princess, but he learns from his lies, so it's okay. And I understand the trope in romantic comedies because that's what this is. It's a romantic comedy. I haven't read the original. I was just like, I was just saying, like, I mean, I'm pretty sure Aladdin is probably a story from 1001 Arabian, like 1001 Nights or something. I know there's an original out there somewhere. I know Aladdin appeared before this. I don't know the original story though. Like, I haven't read it. It's probably in Arabia or something. But setting that aside, he's trash. Aladdin's trash. He's evil. It's evil. It's an evil film. It's a classic romantic comedy / sports film, right? This is the same thing, right? Like you can do like any sports film or romantic comedy, and it's essentially the same story. Like, they get together, and then somebody cheats, somebody does something bad, everything's horrible. Then they decide to come in together at the last second and redeem themselves in some way, and then they go for the big win because they redeemed themselves and they all learned their lesson, right? But like, no, fuck Aladdin. He's a gutter trash thief. He's a piece of shit. He's, I don't like him. He lies the whole fucking movie. He lies, he almost fucking uses up his last wish lying some more, but he chooses not to go back on that one lie he told. No, he's a piece of shit. Oh my God. No, the original Aladdin becomes a prince through education and hard work. Okay, like the opposite of this fucking story. Thank you. All right. Moving forward, Aladdin is an evil film, and it's not even complicated. It's just he's a piece of shit the whole time. Like, it's not a good story to teach your children. Like, you don't want to teach your kids that, like, this thief is cool and everything's great because this gutter trash thief is, like, redeems himself with magic. I like how our boy naturally sounds like a blown out mic and everyone complains, and it's his voice bigot. I'm getting over getting sick, dude. All right, moving forward. Lion King. Lion King is B tier. Lion King is a film that is really good. It is Star Wars. It is Prince Arthur. It is a quintessential Prince story. Hamlet Part 2. Yeah, right. The problem is that twofold. One, they definitely fucking stole the artwork and shit, which I don't really give a fuck, because there is no such thing as IP. But I think it's funny that they care. More importantly, though, it was done on purpose, right? So this film was made with the intention of making it of fitting into the monomythological structure. And so because of that, it's a little too on the nose, and there's nothing really original about this film. It's a good film, right? Like, it is a good film. I would say it belongs at the top of B tier, to be fair. It's a good film. The Lion King is a good film with good lessons, etc. But there's nothing novel here, right? Like, you can replace this with any hero's journey story, and like, you're gonna get more out of it, right? You could tell your kid, go read Aragon, go watch Star Wars, go watch a Prince Arthur film that isn't The Sword and the Stone, because that one's kind of special, right? Like, any hero's journey story in fantasy or science fiction is gonna be just as good, if not better, because it wasn't done on purpose. Like, so The Lion King is just it's designed to mimic Hamlet and the monomythological structure. And so because of it, it's kind of boring because it's forced. It works because it's like you can never go wrong with a hero's journey if you do all of those things. It's so long as the acting isn't bad and the script isn't bad, but it's not great. There's nothing innovative there. Kimbo the White Lion, that's what I was talking about. It's absolutely Kimbo the, like artwork wise and some of the structure and stuff they stole from Kimbo and the White Lion, but I don't care because IP isn't real. Is that star sex thing real, or was it just one of those weird episodes paranoid parents had? No, that was a real thing. Also, notice this version of Cinderella is not the original VHS one, because the original VHS one and Cinderella has a bunch of dildos in the castle. Like, animators used to be wild back in the day. They used to sneak shit in kids' films all the time. In the original Lion King, it is there. But moving on, Pocahontas. Pocahontas is another evil film. Hold on. Let me make these like this. Okay. So it's less evil than Bambi. Bambi being the ultimate evil film. Pocahontas is an evil film. You can see this in, like, let's see here. Pocahontas. Things you knew, is that what it is? Hold on, what is it? No. What is the Pocahontas song I'm looking for? It's not Colors of the Wind. Here we go. We're just around the river bend. Listen with your heart. Maybe it's there's some songs missing here. But I mean, even this one, Savages. Like, it's fucking propaganda. The whole fucking film is propaganda. I don't know, Scott. Native American private property rights are being violated. Yeah, like, dude, it's like, look, did we do some evil shit when we landed? Absolutely. But it's all fucking anti-colonial propaganda. The whole fucking film is. There's a song. I need the song because I need to look this up. Pocahontas song. You say that I am. Hold on. Where is it? It's not fucking. Where is it? Hold on. Is it fucking? It's not Colors of the Wind, is it? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, here we go. Just look at this shit.
Whatever land you land on, the earth is just a dead thing you can claim. But I know every rock and tree and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name.
Dog, it is straight fucking environmentalist garbage mysticism. Nature is beautiful, and we murdered the natives who had this special mystic knowledge that we never have. Right? Like it's honestly, it's one of the most evil films that Disney has ever made. It is pure fucking evil. It's right. It's pre-philosophical spiritualism bullshit. It is fucking evil. It's like you say that I'm a savage, right? And maybe I am, but like, you know, I know these magical things that you don't know. Like how could you not know that, you know, how could you not know all of these wonderful things that I know? It's horrible. It's horrible. Okay? It's garbage. It's Gnostic, noble, savage bullshit. Yes, there we go. There's a much more concise way to put it. And like, also, the original Pocahontas was fucking ugly. I've seen the original Pocahontas pictures. That bitch was ugly. She went back to fucking England with fucking John Smith, right? Like, she didn't fucking stay over there. She wanted to get away from that shit, right? He went back because of some fucking gunpowder fucking shit, and, you know, he eventually died. But like, you know, like, no. And it's like, and it portrays like all of the Americans coming over, you know, it's like, you know, we're here for gold. We're here for gold, and we're going to rape these savages and kill them and take all their gold. It's like, it's just propagandistic bullshit to try and get you to, it's an entirely made up myth. There's no journey, and there's no fucking love story here either. that's how you know it's campy, right? Like there's no like it's not a traditional love story. It, like at least Aladdin is, right? Where like the guy fucks up and then they come together, right? Like I mean, like it's kind of there in that like a dude steps in front of a bullet from somebody else, right? But it's the love that saves the these two from the love of Pocahontas and John Smith together will heal the war that might start between these two. It's all bullshit. All bullshit. The whole film is bullshit. It's like it's not a good film. It's not done well. And it's just like I mean the music's good in the sense that like the score is good and the animation's done well. But other than that, it's a pure evil film. I prefer savages. Yeah. This is actually offensive, claiming the natives were tree hugger and didn't have claims of property like the whites because they couldn't figure it out. I mean, yeah, it's mythological white liberal shit to make them feel good. Hunchback of Notre Dame. Hunchback of Notre Dame goes in the A adult category. I don't think Hunchback of Notre Dame is not a fucking kids movie. It's not. It's not a kids movie. It's about a fucking incel, number one, who doesn't get the girl, which is hilarious and true, right? Captain Phoebus gets the girl despite the fact that the hero of the story is mostly Quasimodo, right? The book is way darker. Yes, Slenzer, this is one that I've read. It's been a long time since I read the book, but the book is way darker. The adaptation's not that bad. But it's not an evil film, right? It's not pushing evil stuff, right? It is, it's anti-religious. It's anti-Catholic. But I don't really give a fuck about it being anti-Catholic. And it is, but it's kind of honest about the underbelly of the underbelly of the fucking gypsies, right? Like you might even call it racist today, but like the gypsies at the time where like they're ready to fucking hang these two for being there. They're like, they have a whole thing where it shows that they're lying about like, being blind and shit. It's an honest film. And it's based in a lot of ways, but it's not for kids. This is an adult thing. I'm actually going to change, I'm going to change this to special / adult. And we're going to move these up here and delete this. Right? So like this is its own special category now, right? Like Hunchback of Notre Dame belongs in A tier. It's not an S tier. Also, musically speaking, Clopin's voice, the musical score of Hunchback of Notre Dame is amazing, right? Like when you have like just the opening fucking scenes with like the massive choral arrangement, with it comes in, it's like, and like the shout of Kyrie eleison, right? Like, it's a very Catholic, very French film, very dark, very gothic. And then Clopin's like that male tenor. Right, like it's very beautifully sung, very amazing score, very well done. It's dark. It's like it's kind of grotesque. It doesn't like there's a lot of sexual themes that are really into it. This is a film for older kids or adults. This isn't a film you should show to little kids. There's dark imagery here. It's a good film. It's great. This is something you show to like your tweens. I wasn't expecting singing. Oh, I mean, just Clopin is great. Wait, is Stacy Pastry caught up? She said Disney has amazing music in children's films. But yeah, no, I mean, Clopin is like, hold on. Let me find just a quick snippet. Because if I react to too much shit from Disney, it'll like, you cannot react to a whole, opening. Let me like, there is this like when he hits this in the opening, hold on, let me pause this music. Yeah, the Bells of Notre Dame, right? Right. So, super strong, super powerful opening. Let's turn it down a little bit.
Bells as loud as the thunder to the
As loud as the thunder, right?
little bell soft as a psalm.
Like that, just that right there, the juxtaposition there.
Bells as loud as the thunder to the little bell soft as a psalm. And some say the soul of the city is the toll of the
It is so playful. Some say the soul is the toll of the bells of Notre Dame. Right, and then here at the end, listen to the end.
How did he come to?
Oh fuck! It's the next song after this. That fucking note he hits at the end is like of that segment. Go watch it. It's so powerful. It's so good. It's so good. The music is just fucking gorgeous. Yeah, I mean, like Hunchback of Notre Dame is the musical score is amazing. Even the guy that the actor that plays him, like, this is one of those films where like the singing elevates the film above what the film itself is. The same is true of Frozen, right? Frozen's an evil trash film, but the singing is amazing. And it's because you have the girl from Wicked. Duh. All right, moving forward. Hercules. Hercules is going to be the very top of A tier. Let me look at my notes. I don't know. I don't know whether or not it should be the bottom of S tier or the top A tier. I'm going to keep it at the top of A tier. Hercules is really, really good. They did a lot of good stuff. It's well animated, really fun. They did a very risky thing that panned out and worked for them, which was having the muses be like kind of like Motown black girls. And so it's like it's kind of forced, but like they didn't do it to be forced. I think they did it because they wanted to do it. It was fun, and that's why it works, right? It's not forced diversity; it works. We are the muses, right? Like it's really like it's fun, and it does it works well. It is a hero's journey. Yeah, self-sacrifice about love for some fucking hoe bag is what keeps it out of S tier, right? Like, the girl worked for Hades. She was a hoe. He tried, like, even when he tried to warn you, and then you give up godhood for the hoe. Like, nah, dog. It's not based, but it is still really good. It's a good film. It's a good for your boy. It's not S tier. There are some, there are some political progressive pushes and narratives in it, slight, but they keep it from being S tier. But it's a really good film and it's well done. I might be biased here. It might actually be a B tier film, and I'm biased because I love this era of Disney because it's like what I grew up on, maybe. But yeah. Not self-sacrifice. He values her more than godhood. Yes, I agree. You're right. It's not a sacrifice. He values her for her, but she's a dumb hoe, right? Like she self-sacrificed herself for some dude that ran off with another woman and was with Hades. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, and she was working against them, lying ass bitch. Like, like, nah, he should have took godhood. He should have been with his family. No, it's not based. It's not bad, but it's not based. Moving on to Mulan. Mulan is a C tier film. Top of C tier. I love this song. I thought the song was good. I do love her little musical score in the fountain when she's like, oh God, what is it? Like where she's denying that she's in love and like it's like duetting with the muses. Da 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 da, I won't say it. Da 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 da. Check the notes, girl. Check the grin, girl. You're in love. Yeah. It's okay. It's okay. It's in A tier. It's just not based, right? Like it doesn't teach like damn good values, right? Instead, it's love. It's a hero's journey. It works. It's not bad. The music's good. The animation's good. It's fun. He still values his original family whilst also trying to discover himself, right? Like he's a good guy. He's naive, but he learns. He does, the stupid true love thing is a problem in our culture. All right. But Mulan. Mulan is Disney really, well, they did have the best scores. So Mulan is C. So Mulan is a traditional male hero's journey with a female shoehorned into it. I'm going to put it in the bottom of B tier. It's good. It's fun. It's not a female journey the way that Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast and Sleeping Beauty and Snow White are. Right? It's like she goes and she does the male thing to save her family, which is good. It didn't do well in China. It was a box office flop in China because of the dragon. The dragon was a black dragon. It dishonored the concept of dragon because Chinese are racist, but also because it was a dishonorable lying dragon. So it was kind of an insult to the Chinese culture. But there's some good stuff in it. It is kind of like if you have a girl that's going to be a tomboy, Mulan is her fucking movie. You know what I mean? It's for her. Like Mulan is the tomboy's journey before we started transing every fucking girl that wanted to wear a fucking backwards baseball cap. Like there was Mulan, and Mulan was great for these girls. Who is that girl? Who is that girl I see looking back at me in the mirror? She struggles with her femininity even before she takes her father's role, right? It's important to recognize that she didn't do this purely based off of that. She was clumsy. She was a klutz. She couldn't honor her family by being a traditional woman. She couldn't fit the role of a traditional woman, right? Pimped and pride, washed and dried. I'll polish you till you glow with pride. Da 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 da. You'll bring honor to us all, right? She was incapable of working with the matchmaker. She was a klutz. She wasn't feminine. She lacked grace, right? And then she was ashamed because she couldn't do that for her family. So she takes on the role of a man. There's an element of based to that. And there's an element of not based to that. So I don't know. I'm gonna put Mulan actually in a special category. I'm gonna move it up to special because it's kind of its own thing. It's a denial of the traditional female hero's journey, and instead supplants a female into the male hero's journey. But it backs it up, and it is something special to the tomboy girl in so many girls, and she does it for the right reasons for her family, but also it's an insult to Chinese culture and heritage by making a joke of it all, while at the same time I kind of don't give a fuck about Chinese heritage. I'm an American. So I think Mulan kind of maybe fits in its own category and its own place, and I'll leave it there. I originally had it in C tier because part of me almost feels evil in a way because of the skewing of the traditional roles, but you don't always have to conform to those traditional roles. And I think it's good that there's a film that accepts that Mulan is a woman, that Mulan is a great woman, and plays with the cross-dressing thing a little bit. But at the end, what does she do? She gets the sword she gets the sword from the emperor. She gets the amulet. She goes home. She gets the guy. She brings home a man. You're right. Her grandma was like, sign me up. Right. So Mulan is its own thing. And I think I'm okay with Mulan being its own thing. It's the anthem. It is the anthem for the tomboy girls. Sing savages, savages because you're a father, not because you're savages, savages. I don't remember the rest of the work. I just remember that note portion. Tarzan. Tarzan is another C tier film. First of all, since we're talking about music, musical score fucking sucks. Horrible musical score. Trash musical score. There, I said it. Three Little Maids. I don't remember that one. I said it. Tarzan sucks. An anime tier list? No. All I watch is trash isekai. Watch trash isekai. That's what I watch. So Tarzan. Tarzan's not purely evil, but it is almost evil for the same reason of Bambi, right? For the same reason of like other kind of like anti-environment, Jungle Book it's kind of in the same position as Jungle Book, right? Man, technology is evil, it's a kind of a noble savage thing here, but it's not purely that way, right? I mean, it is a story about the growth of Tarzan as a man, the integrated man, getting rid of the monster in him and being, tamed by love and femininity. So it stays out of evil because of those few redeeming qualities. But God is at a trash fucking musical score because it's all Phil Collins. The whole fucking movie is Phil Collins. Watch more Simpsons. All right. I feel checked out because the only TV movies I watch is what my girlfriend wants to watch and horror movies. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. We're having fun. Eventually, you're all going to fucking have kids. I believe in you. And you're going to need this tier list. So, but I mean, Tarzan is like, I only watch trash shonen. I mean, I watch trash shonen too. But the isekais are fun. But anyways, yeah, Tarzan, it's not special. Like I don't want to repeat myself. So like some of these films that are older, I'm just kind of harking back to the same thing I already said about these films. It's very similar to Jungle Book. It has the added bonus of love as part of that journey. It has the negative effect that it's so bad. Like the movie itself isn't good. It's not a good movie. It's a trash movie too. Fantasia 2000. I don't think Fantasia is Fantasia 2000 a Disney film even anyways? I think they bought it so it like became one. Oh, no. I'm thinking of the other one. Never mind. I'm thinking of the other one. I don't remember this one. I'm not going to lie. I think I watched it, but it was super long time ago. It's like a amalgamation of a bunch of shit. Like a celebration. It's a remake of this. Yeah, I don't even really remember it. It's like a musical score / pieces. I don't really remember it. I'm not gonna lie. This community is so amazing. I love you all. Oh, thank you so much. Was animation for classical music? Yeah, that's it. Dinosaur. Another one that I don't really remember. Like, I've seen it. I don't really remember much about it. I'm sorry. This one, I'm sorry. The Emperor's New Groove. Yeah, it just doesn't really fit in with kind of what we're doing anyways. That's why this one is, yeah. So The Emperor's New Groove. The Emperor's New Groove it's a fun B-tier film. There's not a ton of meaning behind it. Like the most meaningful thing about it is don't be a brat. Treat people with respect no matter where they come from, and that like family is important. And these are all good messages, but like it's there's nothing deep about it. There's no like real like mythological structure here. Like it's a lot of fun. Like Kronk is really fun, but there's not a lot to it. There is a crone, that's true. We're all worth it. Oh my God, Stacy, you don't have to. I appreciate you, but you don't have to. You don't have to give me that much on one stream. Like, let other people do stuff. You're amazing. I appreciate you. I really do. But also, you're benefiting. All right, you're benefiting from my knowledge of Disney. All right, and I appreciate that. I do. I do so poorly with, there's this thing with dudes, and I don't know, maybe commie socialists make more money streaming. What was after Mulan? I disconnected. Oh, fuck. A couple of films. Tarzan. Now we're on to Fantasia 2000, which was useless. Dinosaur, I don't really remember. And now we're on to The Emperor's New Groove. I'm broke. Feel free to throw more. I can't. No, Silver Ogre, you're fine. You're fine. Also, no, what you need to do, Stacy, is you need to flex your emotes on people, and then that way you can, like, once you flex your emotes on people, you can oh, how do I undo this now? Oh my god, I can't do this. Is this gonna be stuck on the screen forever? Gay. Oh, okay, I can just hit the emo button. Cool. Just flex your emotes on people, and then maybe they'll spend their money. Just looking at it as a film, it's S tier. Yes, Emperor's New Groove is just a fun film. It's a great film. The music's fun, right? Like, and this is another one of those, like, destination Disney films. This is what I was saying earlier, right? Like, it's like the Pacho, like it's like a kind of like an ode to, Inca and, like, South American culture a little bit. It's fun. It's a fun film. It's a good film. It's not deep. There's nothing deep here. There's no great based message you're teaching your kids, but your kids can watch this. You can watch it. You can have a good time. Very little issues. Because this is designated brand account. Oh God, sorry. Emperor's New Groove is fun. Atlantis, the Lost Empire. It's not evil. It goes to the top of C tier. I know a lot of you might have a special place in your heart because you liked it. I think it's just a crappy film. It doesn't really fit a whole lot. It like grabs on to Atlantis, and like makes this, like, I mean, there's a love story here. There's a love story, but it's like, it's the lost city of Atlantis. It's like there's this, this poor person believes in Atlantis, and academia is shunning him. And academia is shunning him because they're not up to new knowledge. And so, like, in a way, it's kind of a Graham Hancock kind of thing here, but it's not done well. I don't like taking that real theme and that fantasy theme, and it's like they're not really married together. It feels forced. Yeah, it's a crappy film. You could put it in the don't remember category, and that would be fine. You know what I mean? Because it's not a memorable film. Some people that grew up on it, I get it. You love it. Lilo and Stitch. Lilo and Stitch goes to the very bottom of C tier. I know I'm gonna get hate for this one. A lot of people love Lilo and Stitch. Lilo and Stitch is the story of a single mom who can't get a fucking job because she lets her fucking crazy ass kid run around and be a goddamn menace to society. And then, like, it's like the landlord is like some evil piece of shit because she didn't pay her goddamn rent. And he's supposed to be like a bad guy because he's like, get your shit together and fucking, and get it together. Right. Like, it's not evil, and the reason it's not evil is because it's just, sorry, older sister, I'm sorry, you're right. It's not evil because it's like, it's the moral of the story isn't that, like, landlords are evil or anything, right? The moral of the story is about, like, friendship, you know what I mean? Like, Like, it's, it's friendship. It's supposed to be fun, but it's like a goddamn fucking alien. And it's also, it makes no fucking sense because there's a very obvious alien around and everyone's like, that dog is crazy. And then the alien's like, I'm going to play Elvis on the beach. And everyone's like, that dog is even crazier. Like, it's like, it's dumb. It's a bad movie. It doesn't fucking work. It's another Destination Hawaii thing. And, I don't know. I think it's literally surviving on like the fact that it's a surfer Hawaii film and like crazy kids liked it because they like the caricature of this crazy, like monster running around, and then there's like young boys that have like a weird fetish for the fucking, built like a goddamn thicker than a bowl of cold oatmeal fucking animation style. It was important for my daughter and I during the divorce. No, you should have picked a better fucking film. Sorry. Treasure Planet. I don't know why Treasure Planet is in this animated section. I mean, it's Pixar. I've seen it. It wasn't really memorable to me. Brother Bear, I've seen it. I don't really remember it. Same is true with Home Range. Seen it. Don't really remember it. Not a memorable film. Not that great. Chicken Little. Chicken Little is bottom of B tier. Nothing really evil about it. There's nothing wrong. It's a cute film. It's not great. There's nothing important. There's no mythology really, right? It's a lot of these films in this era, right? Like they suck. Meet the Robinsons. I've seen it. Don't really remember it. Some of these films, like pause. I remember these films, but I can't talk about these films in terms of meaning and plot structure because they're just not memorable enough for me. Have I seen the movie Spirited Away? Yeah, everyone, listen. If you are an American and you haven't seen Princess Mononoke and Spirited Away, then you just hate anime. You're an anime hater for no reason. Incorrect. The bare naked ladies worked on Chicken Little. Automatic A. Yeah. It's fun. Right, but this isn't a list of are these films fun? This is a list of do these films have meaning? Are they good films in terms of what they prescribe for society, what message they tell people, how much they adhere to the inherent meaning within mythology? And Chicken Little doesn't do any of that shit. It doesn't. That's what B tier is, right? Technically, Lion King does do that, but these are fun films. They're not evil. They have some good. They have some bad. They can be fun. But there's nothing meaningful about fucking Chicken Little. You're not gonna watch Chicken Little and then have a fucking epiphany about some philosophical quandary you've been thinking about your whole life. Yeah, sure. Coming of age stories and, heroes' journeys, sure. But it's that's true of the Emperor's New Groove. That's true of Jungle Book. But they're not great. They're not super meaningful. I just haven't gotten to watch them weeb chill. Dude, I'm not a fucking weeb because I've seen Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke. All right? Literally everybody has seen those films, and if you haven't, you're the weird one. That's not seeing Star Wars, but for anime. Right? It's you know what I mean? So it's not as egregious. When someone's I've never watched Star Wars, you're fucking what? You're going to get the same reaction from anybody that watches any level of anime if you tell them I've never fucking seen Spirited Away and Princess Mononoke. I mean, that's the beauty of live streaming, man. Is that sometimes shit just derails a little. I went to see another Spirited Away movie. That would be awesome. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I mean, the director, it's the same, same director. But I think Your Name, Kimi no Nawa, is he's my favorite Japanese anime director. And we've watched some of his films in movie night. Kimi no Nawa is still one of the greatest. It's in my top 5 greatest films of all time. And spoiler alert, Princess Mononoke and Spirited Away aren't. Makoto Shinkai, yeah, Kimi no Nawa is fucking amazing. His other movies have been good. But Kimi no Nawa is just like, oh, it's perfect. It's a perfect fucking film. I love it. But anyways, getting back, Chicken Little, bleh. Bolt. Bolt is another B tier film. I'll put it above Chicken Little, but like, and The Rescuers and Fox and the Hound. Not as good as Jungle Book. Certainly not as good as Emperor's New Groove. Bolt's okay. Bolt's fine. Bolt's fun. It's a hero journey story, but it's a hero journey story about a fucking dog in Hollywood. It's kind of cool and kind of base that Hollywood lies and that movie production's all bullshit and that they treat children and child actors in fucked up conditions. It's kind of funny. It's kind of like also, what the fuck, guys? There's 21 people watching. We've had 23 right now, right? Like, and I have 16 likes. Give me some likes. Give me some dislikes. Come on, boys. Like you ain't got to share it, but like engage. You're in chat. You might as well fucking tell me how much the stream sucks with a thumbs down, or give me a thumbs up. I don't care. The likes just went down because someone undid a like and did a thumbs down. I don't know who you are, but fuck you. But I appreciate the engagement nevertheless. Oh, appreciate it, guys. All right. Yeah, Bolt's not a bad film. It's kind of self-aware, which is kind of funny, right? Like, Bolt is, it's kind of funny. Like, hey, we treat kids in Hollywood like shit, right? Like, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, Nickelodeon. I know you like to fuck kids. You know what I mean? Like, we'll put a pin in that. And so it is kind of fun. It is kind of based. You know what? Because of that, I'll move it to the top of B tier. But as a mythos, Bolt is meaningless, right? Like it's a journey about what? Family, pets. You know what I mean? Like who cares? It's not like it's a mythos like in a vegan propaganda or anything, right? Like it's not a bad mythos. It's like it's telling you TV isn't real and Hollywood's fake. Is like a hidden theme of the film. And that Hollywood fucks with and abuses kids. It's a hidden theme, which is kind of based, but like that your kids will really pick up on and understand. And like, as far as a mythology, it's not really there. What did I say about Frozen? We're going in chronological order of when they came out. So we're moving up. So by year. Yeah. Anthropomorphization that occurs in film in cartoon has its places, and sometimes it's campy, it's overdone, and it's meaningless, like 101 Dalmatians, right? Like it's very clear that this film is made just to have dogs in it and puppies, so because people, but it was like, all right. So Princess and the Frog. Where do you guys think Princess and the Frog? Where does Princess and the Frog belong? For some of you that have been watching, you'll know what I'll say. But I'm curious what you guys think about Princess and the Frog. Princess and the Frog, where is it going to say? Yeah, all right. So, it's not because she's black, okay? I know some of you are going to say it's because she's black. But it's not. What? Princess and the Frog is about a black girl who works really, really, really hard so that she can continue her father's dream. It's right of owning a restaurant, right, in Louisiana, right, and she gets fucked over by the bankers, because the bankers don't want to give her, even though they promised to give her the loan. They got a better offer out of nowhere, so they reneged on their own deal. And she's broken because she saved up all the money that she needed through hard work. And then she goes through a journey with this frog, and she becomes turned into a frog because she wasn't actually a princess. And there's like the evil voodoo man coming for him. The cool thing about Princess and the Frog, the reason it's based as fuck, is that the moral of the story is that you can't be a career woman your whole life. And it's all about what do you need, not what you want, right? So her grandmother, she sings, she sings the opening song, or the theme song, right? In the restaurant that she's cleaning up because it's basically her restaurant now, and And her grandma at the end, her mother at the end is like, I need grandbabies. Like, I'm glad you're doing all this stuff, but when are you going to give me a man? When are you going to give me family? When are you going to give me grandchildren? Like, stop being obsessed with this restaurant. Eventually, I need a family, right? And the same thing happens when she goes to the voodoo priestess in the middle of the swamp. Is we all got what they wanted, but did you get what you need, right? Like, you're not going to get what you want, but you get what you need. And what you need is, you need to recognize that you need family, you need a husband, you need children. You're never going to be happy owning a fucking restaurant if you're owning a restaurant alone. And that's the whole fucking point of the film. And the other half of it is the prince that, traipses around and fucks bitches. He needs to settle down and stop being a womanizer and grow up and get his shit together and be a family man. Right? He needs to stop being a waste of space fuckboy and get it together and, settle down and be a man like he needs to be and find a good woman. And then they get married and, once they're married, technically she's a princess. So when she kisses him, she becomes, Princess Tiana. Fucking based. Amazing. Right? Like, hilarious. I will say this, though. I went on a date with a black girl. As I do. And we brought up Princess we talked about it at some point, and she goes, "Oh, so," she's like, "Fuck that movie." And I'm like, "What do you mean? Like, it's an amazing film. It's so great. The message is so good. Like, I love it." And she's like, "Nah, dog. There's one black Disney princess, and she gets turned into a fucking frog." And I was like, "Oh, I didn't really think about it that way." She's like, she spends the entire movie as a fucking frog. It's like the animators weren't like, "Oh, black people got frog eyes, you ugly frog looking bitch." And I was like, "With your flat nose and your big ass bulging eyes." And I was like, "Oh, damn, I never really thought about it like that. But now that you say it," it was like, "Oh shit. All right, I guess that is kind of fucked up." So y'all get one black Disney princess and then, but that Louisiana jazz. Yeah. I mean, it's, the musical score is good. Not traditional in the way that, some of the films have like a, refrain and stuff, but traditional enough, and it plays with it. The jazz is good. And it tells the journey appropriately, right? Her journey is told through the music. You can listen to the musical score of Princess and the Frog and you understand the journey, right? She sings about her father. She sings about getting a restaurant. She sings about all the things she wants, right? There's a sing of the rejection of the gift that the voodoo guy gives her, right? Because of that, right? There's when I'm a human, and I'm gonna play that trumpet all night. That's a royal guarantee, right? Like there's a fun jazzy thing, right? But it says like, what does the prince say? He's like, "Oh, when I'm a human being again, I'll have a redhead on my right, a blonde, maybe a blonde or two, right?" And then she cuts in and she's like, "Oh, maybe not, And then she talks about her career and they make fun of the idea that like, she needs more than a career. So like the pressure, the family pressure to settle down and have both things and try and balance them if you can, but recognize that you can't have it all at the same time is it's an anti-feminist film. The Princess and the Frog is anti-feminism, and it's hilarious that it just kind of happened. Have I rated Treasure Planet? Yeah, I rated it as like, don't remember. I've seen it. I don't really remember it. I'm sorry. I've seen all of these films, I believe. There's like one. Well, I haven't seen fucking some of these like 40s or 1930s like musical score shit. Or if I have, I don't remember. Same thing with Winnie the Pooh. We can throw that one in there. Winnie the Pooh is interesting though. Actually, Winnie the Pooh belongs in. I do remember it. I lied. Winnie the Pooh belongs in the special category. But we'll get right back. We'll do it now. We skipped one. It's fine. It's not a big deal. So Gary, I don't know if you're watching. I doubt it's S tier because the S tier is not based like it's good. We're talking about the themes, talking about the mythology. We're talking about these things. So maybe it is. I don't know. I don't really remember. But we're talking about the message that it sends politically, ideologically, from a familial perspective, from a mythological perspective. Is the folktale, is the mythology there, is the meaning there? And I don't know if I can remember it. So, special, Winnie the Pooh. Winnie the Pooh is a special film. Disney intentionally killed this film. They released this film with no marketing budget, at a time when Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows was out. Okay, so they released this film with no marketing budget, like 2 weeks before Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. Okay, it was in the theaters at the same time, but they didn't even start marketing it until like a week or two before. And the reason was pretty simple. Winnie the Pooh is the last hand-drawn Disney film. It's the very last hand-drawn Disney film. After this, the hand-drawn animation studio closes. So this is the very last one that's hand-drawn. And it's good. It's okay. Again, I don't think these have a lot of meaning in term, I don't think they're super meaningful. They're fun stories, about youth and growing up, etc. But the themes in them are very they skim the surface, right? They don't really tell a whole bunch. They're they're super children's booky, right? And that's fine, but it is what it is. But Disney intentionally killed their hand-drawn animation studio with this film by basically releasing this film with no advertisement when Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows Part 1 or Part 2 came out, knowing that it was going to just be utterly destroyed in the box office doing that. And then they used that to be like, oh, I guess, nobody likes hand-drawn animation anymore. Got to kill that studio because they didn't feel like dealing with it because it cost them a lot of money. It's stupid. It was a stupid thing to do. Sorry, I had to fix my pants. It's sweaty in here. So this is a special film. It belongs in the special category. Maybe you want to watch it. Watch it for what it is, right? Which is, a hand-drawn cool film. But don't watch it because there's any real fucking deep meaning behind the Winnie the Pooh film. Wouldn't the low complexity but high value message bump this up for younger children? Yeah, I mean, for little kids, it's like super, super little kids. It's fine. Yeah. But I mean, this isn't just children category. Yeah. If the tier list was what should you show your toddler, then it might be up a little higher. But I mean, to be fair, the special / adult section is in between S tier and A tier. Right? These films are almost S tier. I have them in they're either for adults, like Black Cauldron is a special and adult film. Alice in Wonderland, that's an adult film. Hunchback of Notre Dame, it's an adult film. Mulan is a special category. Robin Hood special, Winnie the Pooh special. Tangled. Dude, I must have made people mad. A bunch of people left. Must have made them mad. I don't know. Tangled. Tangled is another S tier. Bottom of S tier. No, actually, I'm gonna say Tangled is top of A tier. Tangled is really, really, really good. It has the crone, which I think is super important to a lot of these films, as I stated before. It is a quintessential film, much like Beauty and the Beast, about I got to put it back in S tier. The more I think about it, the more I don't want there to be too many S tier films, but it is. There's a lot of really good Disney films. Tangled has the crone. The crone is very important. And again, that is something you'll see in common with most of these. With the exception of Princess and the Frog, every one of these right now has a crone. Well, and Peter and Pan, but it's not a female story, it's a male story. Well, it is a female story as well, Wendy, but set that aside. It's both. That's why it doesn't have a crone. But Tangled has the crone, right? It has the Oedipal mother, the overbearing, controlling mother who then transitions into the competition against the woman. It has all of those same elements that we discussed deeply in The Little Mermaid, and how that plays, how that is the concept of the woman that tries to destroy the other woman. But in this film, it's directly tied to her age. And so the truth is a little less subtle here. Right? Like it's very obvious that she is a crone because of her having to stave off, the loss of beauty, and her hatred towards the young princess is the beauty in her hair, in her youth, in her vitality, right? Like, and actually she steals and siphons from her, tries to abuse her. And that is what the older woman does to the younger woman when the older woman doesn't have a family, when the older woman doesn't have, a husband, etc. Is they don't go out forthrightly and achieve things. No, they become bitter. They destroy women. They attempt to destroy society. And you have the young man that's kind of the fuck boy. He's a thief. Don't like that, but it is based in the sense that, he steals the crown, but it's her crown. Like, it really belongs to her, really. Which is kind of funny. Like, the main thing that they steal is kind of like, in a way, acceptable, but it's not. Like, but he pays restitution by simply giving it back. And he settles down, right? There's some fun here. There's the musical score is okay. Not the greatest Disney musical score. Not bad. A little bit, the musical score almost encapsulates Rapunzel, which is, the blonde ditzy girl, right? And she kind of embodies that a little bit. And the musical score kind of embodies that. And again, this is one of those things where I think reality asserts itself. So Tangled is S tier. It belongs in S tier. Moving it forward. Wreck-It Ralph. Wreck-It Ralph it's B tier. It's not bad. It's not great. There's nothing evil here. I mean, like the most evil thing here is what the like villains, you are a bad guy, but you're not bad guy. You know what I mean? Like there's no real evil theme here. There's an appreciation for older tech and older gaming, right? Which I think is kind of fun. Maybe you could try and there's some teeny tiny anti-capitalist message there if you really tried to squeeze it out, right? There's a teeny, there's a little bit of that progressive, you have to fit in, it's okay that Glitch is, broken because, she's special, and shouldn't we keep Glitch because she's special? And, Wreck-It Ralph, he doesn't want to be a bad guy. So, there is this kind of DEI diversity bullshit that is present. But again, it's not evil. It's not wrong. It's not like it's not like it's based to be against diversity, right? You know what I mean? Like, nobody wants DEI or anything, but it's not like, we can appreciate that Wreck-It Ralph is, a decent film with a decent message. But it's not great. Musical score is not great. There's not a lot to this film. It just kind of is. So it sits in B tier. Frozen. Frozen is an evil film. Frozen is an evil film. Frozen is intentionally, it is feminist propaganda, and they're not even quiet about it. Not just in the movie, but in the messaging, like in the marketing. It was sold as a film about how masculinity is a problem. The marketing for this film was anti-male, pro-feminist film. It was supposed to be about championing women, and that's why it's a fucking garbled mess. That's why it doesn't make any mythological sense. Like, what's the theme here? That love conquers all, but in what way? The love for the sister is the initiation of the hero's journey, but then also the men are evil, but then also men aren't evil because of Sven. So true love isn't the true love she had for the guy that tricked her. True love is actually the true love for the guy that she went on a very short journey with, but that she also doesn't know that well. And Sven's an idiot, and we talk to him about how he's stupid the whole time because he doesn't get that she's, the true love. It's like a character, it's like a Simpsons kind of aren't guys dumb and bad? It's it's campy, and it's contradictory in the messaging it tries to put forward. Musically, it's a fucking phenomenal film. right? Like you cannot deny that musically it is really, really strong. And yet the songs are annoying. And the songs are annoying because the fucking movie sucks. And it doesn't spread a good message. And it's all like, yay, women love each other, sisterhood, etc. But it just doesn't it doesn't do anything. It's propagandistic. It's designed to teach us that men are problematic and that and to give us this hero journey of women. But like, in the end, what it really shows is that women are fucking trash because like the princess can't be honest for a moment. She abuses her fucking sister her entire life by not telling her the truth. Then she runs off and then like she thinks she's got everything figured out because she's a strong, independent woman, but she's destroying the fucking world by accident. So the other sister has to come and save her. And then all of a sudden everything's kumbaya. What? Because these bitches actually talk to each other for 5 fucking minutes? Like, it's hilariously anti the propaganda it's designed for, because reality needs to reassert itself when you make these types of movies, and it's hilariously bad. So there you go. And yeah, and I don't care that I lost, a bunch of viewers talking about how shitty Frozen is. It's shit. It sucks. Frozen is the most powerful, whichever she creates living entities at will. Yeah. She's OP and still manages to fuck it up. Your favorite Broadway lesbians? I mean, yeah, like the lead singer that plays Princess Elsa is also Elphaba from Wicked, and she's phenomenal. It's an amazing musical score. But again, when you hear "Let It Go, Let It Go," right? Like your immediate thought is just like, "Oh, shut the fuck up," because it's just an overdone bullshit. Yeah. Big Hero 6. I don't know where to put Big Hero 6. So on one hand, single mom forced diversity is stupid. It's a destination film in the future, right? Superhero film. Friendship based. I'm going to put it in the bottom of A tier. There's no bad themes. There's no evil theme here, right? I mean, like, there is the evil feel. The only evil theme here, I mean, there really is. There's a good theme. The good theme is government's bad. Right? Like the government contractor, hilariously enough, that steals his idea. There's the heroic brother. I think there's a lot of really good themes in this film. I just don't know where to put it because it's not a traditional mythology, but it is good. I recognize there's a lot of good disjointed stuff, but I don't know how to, and it's a great film. The animation's really good. It's a really well animated film. It ticks all the boxes, and yet it's not quite S tier because it's just not quite there, right? Like, from a meanings perspective, it's a little all over the place. But it's a good film. A great film. Zootopia. I have a whole video. It's one of my first videos. Actually, I think it is my first video. On why Zootopia is evil. Zootopia is without a doubt an evil film. It is the film is basically this. If you understand it beyond the animalized kind of, hey, what's up, Econo Boy? Of course, Econo Boy, like, did you drive away all the people? I pissed people off when I said Frozen was bad. So Zootopia is evil. Basically, the what Zootopia is liberal white girl goes into town to become a cop. Everyone says she can't do it, but she proves them wrong and she does it. She's a meter maid, and that pisses her off because she should have been made a detective, and she should be like working at the top, and everything should be given to her. She shouldn't have to work for anything. But she gets to catch a criminal anyways, but she fucks up, does a bunch of property damage, doing shit she's not supposed to do. But it's okay because she saved somebody's life. More on that later. She gets mad and demands that she gets put on the case because she's so perfect and she better be put on the case. She gets put on the case. She works with a fox. More diversity is our strength bullshit here that gets thrown in. And he's a bit of a crook, but he's all right. He's more of a hustler. He's not really a crook per se, but he's not paying the taxes based. But regardless, right. So then what do they do? Oh, they work together. They try and figure out what's going on. They track down a limousine. So what does she do? She violates the rights of everybody involved, by throwing property, into someone else's property, then watches the fox climb over and then claims exigent circumstances. Then she does a warrantless search of a vehicle. Then she realizes that she's done it to a mob boss. Mob boss almost kills her, but hey, she saved somebody, so mob boss puts her on the trail. Okay, so now she goes on the trail. The liberal white woman, after violating a bunch of people's rights and demanding she be put on the case, she goes and she gets on the case a little bit and she finds a lead. Lo and behold, she finds the lead. She gets shut down because nobody believes her. They work on it. Oh, they find out the mayor's involved. They find out the big bads and everything. So, yep, she finds things. So what does she do? She gives a press conference because she deserves it, and she's a strong white woman. And then what she does on the press conference is she just says a bunch of race realism and a bunch of stupidity, and just causes the city to, without any evidence, she just lets her prejudicial bias and racist beliefs, as a liberal white woman that deserves everything, destroy the fucking city. And then once the city's destroyed, she refuses to go be on an ad campaign and try and fix the problems she caused. Says she runs away. Then Gideon Gray, the real hero of the story, who's polite to her, who gets over his racism, who grows as a character, who starts his own business, and heals community ties. He actually tells her what's going on, and gives her the lead that she needs to fix everything. And then, she goes back, find out that it's, all the minorities were actually the people that were the bad guys. And then she finally is able to fix everything that she herself fucked up. Oh, and by the way, she does that by going to the mob boss and threatening to murder somebody and torture them so that she can get information out of them. So she's a racist piece of shit, dirty cop that violates everybody's rights, that destroys the city with her racism, and then goes back and fixes it, and somehow she's the hero of the story. And it's all so that we can have diversity and multiculturalism. That's Zootopia. It's just DEI propaganda done really bad. Yeah, it is pretty realistic. It is, right? Because that's what happens when you have to make a story. It's evil. Follow that up with Moana. Moana, S tier. Moana is an example of diversity done right? And Zootopia is an example of diversity done wrong. This whole tier list was for that, right? No, I have a video on it. You're gonna go watch it. It's my first video ever. It's trash. The audio's trash. You know what I mean? It's like me doing a PowerPoint with like no green screen. It is what it is. It is what it is. All right. Moana is S tier. Moana is a hero's journey that is perfect. Much like Mulan. It is a period. It's a destination, right? And it is a female doing what you might think of as like a traditional masculine hero's journey. But that's not true. So why do I say it's diversity done right? So the reason I said that it's diversity done right is because in Moana, they spent months and months and months doing research. They hired anthropologists to kind of do the film justice. And so the artwork, the imagery, the story, and everything is actually really well done in terms of being like culturally sensitive. Because because they did so much research and they wanted to do it right. And they wanted to know, they wanted to have plenty of people that had an understanding of Polynesian culture and mythology and do it right. And so what you ended up with is, by accident, they created one of the most based films they've ever made, because she doesn't go on her hero's journey just because she's a hero. She goes on a hero's journey because her grandmother dies, and because her village, her people are under threat, because, you know, this blackness is going to creep in and destroy everybody. And how does she do it? She doesn't go and just fucking kill the big bad. She goes and resurrects the man, the masculine. She goes and she doesn't do it romantically, but instead she does it mythologically, which is that the femininity in her goes and the youth in her goes and resurrects the gods, resurrects tradition, resurrects the masculine, and softens the masculine into the correct direction. She channels the rage of man, the brutality, the beast in men, and the naivete and the stupidity of men to a certain degree, towards that which is necessary, towards, you know, the lava monster, right? And then they go on a journey to strengthen him, to resurrect him, right? Like, that is the real journey, is that she's resurrecting their god. She's resurrecting tradition, and she's resurrecting the masculinity that is devoid in their culture. Where is the masculinity that's devoid? What's devoid is that the men no longer sail. The men have become complacent and they stay on the island and they live in fear, and they don't go out and sail the seas. They don't go out and adventure. They don't go out and do what is right. And in a way, they're disrespecting their culture, their heritage, and their god by being weak, ineffectual betas. And she resurrects that through Maui, through, you know, the Rock's character. And then there's the fight. You know, she makes the mistake, like any romance film, even though it's not really a romance, it is a romance, a romantic comedy without being one. And so she goes through that process, and then in the final fight, it is her femininity that saves everything again, because it's her understanding that Te Kā is there, that the lava monster is the goddess of life, and that it was the destruction and the stealing of that in there. Now, small caveat, there is an evil message there, which is the concept of man taking over nature is evil. And that in and of itself is evil. But there's like 100 good mythological themes here and like one bad one. I can't expect perfection even in S tier. I still think it's an S tier film, but it is important to note that. It is important to know that one of the themes of the film, which is that man forthrightly should dominate nature, in that is evil, right? And that is a pretty Polynesian thing, you know, a Pacific Islander thing, and that is bad. I think it's wrong to worship and deify, I should say more maybe reify, nature into the domain of morality. But it is one part of it, and maybe you put it in A tier because of that. As a matter of fact, I will mythologically, it's amazing. From a moral perspective, I'll bump it down to the very top of A tier. But everything else about it is very, very, very good. It's a very good film. And the musical score is great. Wreck-It Ralph 2, stupid. Unmemorable, stupid. Frozen 2, again, stupid and unmemorable. Raya and the Last Dragon. Raya and the Last Dragon is top of C tier. It's top of C tier because there is a bunch of forced diversity in this film. There's like a, woman power. Like, it's very clear that, like, they wanted, like, representation more than they wanted to make a good film. But it's still a decent film. It's still fun. There's nothing really, like, purely evil about any of the messaging or themes. Unnecessary sequels. They're not memorable. They're not great. They're just, it is what it is. So Raya and the Last Dragon it's not awful. And the film itself is a pretty fun film. It's a good film, right? it's kind of like The Emperor's New Groove, but not as good, right? Like there's, and with some evil in there. But again, the evil isn't like the driving force of the film like these other films. With the exception of Aladdin. Aladdin's just full of so much of that shit that it gets in the evil category. And the same thing with Lilo and Stitch, very bottom of the sea. But like, yeah, so Raya and the Last Dragon, it's not a bad film. You can watch it. Your kids can watch it. There's nothing evil, really. This forced mud diversity bullshit, etc. is there, but it's like, whatever. It's still fun. It's a beautiful film. In terms of CGI, it's very well done, right? Like the dragons, the mist, right? Like, and there's a lot of fun to be had watching this film. But it's not a based film. It's a film where the themes are tropish, hack, overdone, and not not super memorable, but not bad. Encanto. Encanto is, I would put it at the top of B. Encanto is, I don't think it's forced diversity, but okay. Nah, dude, watch it again. Watch Raya and the Last Dragon again. It's like, it's girl power. It's, we're all from different corners of the earth, but we can only be whole again when we come together. And each society has its own, has its own values and structures that make it different. The people that, the water is so important, but like some people live on the water this way and, in the docks, and some people live, it's very obviously like a multiculturalism DEI, like shoved in message. But it's not like it's really that. Like, I don't care. I don't care that mud diversity is there, right? Like, what I care about is like, are there racist themes? Are there themes that are like actually evil? So you can have the girl boss and multicultural without it being ass. Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad film. That's kind of what I mean. It's like, it's okay. It's just, that shit's there. And so, like, when you watch it as an adult, you watch it and be like, oh, you know what I mean? Like, they'll have a couple moments where you're like, oh, but it's just kind of like, it's fine. Not even SEA was fucking with that movie. I don't know who C is, but okay. So Encanto. Maybe people, I don't like Encanto personally, but to be as objective as I can about the film, it's kind of the same thing. It's this new progressive era. Oh, Southeast Asia. Yeah. It's kind of this new progressive era of like, we're going to do a Latina main character, and it's going to be fun, and we're going to respect Latino culture. Right? It's like, it's story-wise, it's not that good. It's a very forgettable film. It's, people like I have seen Latinos, like, hilariously enough, buy into the bullshit. So, whatever, do it. It's not a bad film. There's not really evil messaging anywhere in the film. It is a family where it's a film about the importance of family and about, and then, yeah, there's magic, etc. And it's fun. And again, it's just not a great film. There's nothing evil about it. There's nothing wrong about it. It's a good looking film. It's a beautiful film. But to me, it's a kind of a take it or leave it film. And so because of that, I'm going to put it in the middle of B tier. Sorry, guys. Strange World. I don't remember it. I watched it like once in the background. I don't really remember it. Sorry. That is true. Black people do just get race swaps. Wish. Wish is surprisingly good. I'm going to put Wish at the bottom of A tier. I'll put it at the top of B tier. Right behind Bolt. Wish is actually pretty good. Wish is another movie like Encanto where it's like, oh, brown people, you know what I mean? Like it's silly. It's not as bad as Encanto. It's you know what I mean? Because it's not like Wish has a good theme too, right? Like the theme is the concept of like, actually it's a pretty based. We'll put it in bottom of A. Put it in the bottom of A. It's fairly based. Power corrupts the king. right, and like, and he claims that he's going to do what's right for people. It's an anti-socialism film. But I don't know that your kids are going to get it. But it is pretty based in that regard. There's some forced diversity. There's like some like the power of magic and love. You know what I mean? Like there is a lot of that. And yet it is an anti-socialism film, right? Like when the king or the king, he steals people's wishes, he steals people's dreams, and then he takes care of them. And then he tries to centrally plan whether or not their dreams will come true, and that's the true evil. So in a way, I don't know how to take it. I think it belongs in the special category, is where we'll put it. Because in one way, it's based as fuck, but that is like, it's very unintentional, and that's not really the point of the film. The point of the film is like the community the point of the film is socialist, right? Which is that like, the point of the film is that everybody should have their wish, and everybody's wishes should come true, and that like it's wrong for the king to deny some people their wishes because who are you, like blah 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 blah. But it's like, it's one of those cases where like reality asserts itself, which happens sometimes with these films, in the sense that like it's actually a very anti-socialist film in its socialism, because like the real problem here isn't that everybody shouldn't have their wish. The real problem is that the government is trying to centrally plan who gets a wish and who doesn't get a wish, and they're lying. And it's about the concept of the corruption of power and the corruption of how those in power rule, and how they try and plan what everybody can and can't have, and that like doesn't lead to prosperity. And it just leads to tyrannical order. And when something happens, it's like, yeah, but he takes people's wishes and uses them for his magical power, and they willingly give up their wishes. He just lies about whether or not like the reason behind the wishes, and doesn't let people know that like some of these wishes are harmless, but he just doesn't, but they're like too vague, etc. Like he attempts to centrally plan them, and then he just kind of bullshits about like how he goes about that process. But he uses them for magical power. So it's like, yeah. Toy Story is a C tier film. It's a classic. People love Toy Story. Toy Story's great. It's a fun film. The message is about growing up. It's not bad, but it's not great. There's nothing really like special about Toy Story. Like the themes are don't lie, which I get, which is good, right? Like that's a base theme. Don't lie. Keep the magic of being a child in your heart. That's good. I mean, I guess I'll put it deserves to go in B tier, I guess, bottom B tier. But like it doesn't really tell you that much. There's no mythology here. There's no deep meaning, right? You know what I mean? Like it, there's the concept of like having to be true to reality is kind of there with like Buzz, right? But I don't know. Toy Story just doesn't do anything for me. Maybe that's it. Toy Story 2, we're putting stupid sequels in here. Bug's Life is bottom A tier. So if you don't know, Bug's Life is basically a ripoff of Kurosaka's Seven Samurai. And it does it well, right? Or I guess I'll put it in top B tier. Top B tier right by Lion King. And it's there with Lion King for like the same reason, right? It's like it does it well. It's fine. It's fun. But it is just a ripoff. And there's not a lot of soul to it because of that. And it's fun. It's a fun adventure story, and for all the reasons that you might like Seven Samurai, you might like Bug's Life. But it's not deep. It's not based as fuck. It's not like really teaching a deep, good meaning or anything like that. So moving on, Monsters Inc. Monsters Inc. is bottom B tier. It's a good film. It is a film about corporate greed, right? And about how corporations are evil. You know what I mean? Like, and about how, like, even though they might mean well at their heart, they're evil. That part of it is evil. It's anti-based, if you will. But there is a based portion of it. It's a protection of children. That, like, that the most important, the best thing is a child's laughter, right? As opposed to scaring children, right? Like, there's some fun stuff there. There's some fun themes there. It's not a horribly, like, anti-corporate film, but that is kind of like, it's there, but it's not like it's the theme. But I guess it is the theme. But it's like, I don't know. It's not really trying that. It's not. There's no like class struggle here, right? There's no revolution here, right? It's just like you found out the secret and the company was being fraudulent. It's a fun story. It's a fun little journey about loving kids. Don't love them too much, but it's not bad. Finding Nemo. Finding Nemo is my son's favorite film. Top of B tier. It's a good film, right? It's a really good film. It's a film about, a father overcoming. Ayn Rand would hate Monsters Inc. Oh, for sure. Yeah. It's a fun film. It's about a fun film about a father overcoming anxiety, overcoming fear, about, Dory overcoming her memory problems, all in the journey to, the heroic journey to save your son. There's a really fun like Reddit fan theory about it because like Nemo means nothing, right? And that like actually the son's dead, and the final scene of him riding off on the manatee is also the scene where like the attack occurs, and that like actually he died in the beginning. It's a fun thing. You should read it. But on all honesty, the mythological structure of Finding Nemo it's fairly based. I guess I'll put it in the bottom of A tier. It's fairly base. It's good that a father protects his son, that a father overcomes things. It's good to recognize that. It is a story about a single dad. I don't know if that's like, I don't know that that's like a traditional mythology, but it belongs, I think, maybe in the bottom of A tier because there's nothing really wrong about it. Has my favorite Disney villain of all time, which is the dentist, right? And like, there is this concept of like freedom from, the evil dentist, but it's like they don't play up the dentist as evil, right? There's no part of this film where they're trying to be like, and we should let the fish go free because because they yearn for the ocean, right? Like, nah, like it's a fun theme that's played with, but they don't, there's no like message here. There's no like vegan propaganda or anything. There's nothing bad about this film. It's a fun film. Bottom of A tier, top of B tier, somewhere around there. It's a good film. You should watch it, right? The Incredibles. I would say the same of The Incredibles, top of B tier. With the exception that Ayn Rand apparently would love The Incredibles. People saying that it's objectivist propaganda. I don't see it. Maybe I need to watch it again. But because why? Because the corporations win and like you get to be a hero. And like, The Incredibles is like, it's like My Hero Academia kind of situation, like companies working, and it's fun. It's cute. It's a fun time. Again, not a lot of meaning in this film. The meaning is whoop-de-doo family. The meaning is, be a hero. Like there's just not a lot of substance to this film. Cars. Cars is a based film. Believe it or not. Cars belongs in the top of A tier. Cars is a film about, the arrogance of youth. It's about, Cars is a really, really good film. Like, I know that sounds, it's a great film for boys, right? Like, boys tend to be into cars and engines and trucks and things like that. It's fun. It's funny. There's a romance here. There's a hero's journey. And the hero's journey is a legitimate, true, full hero's journey. And it's done in a very unique way with the cars. He's wealthy, he's rich. He runs off. He makes a mistake. He's forced into this small town. He has these mentors. And, he gets put in the dirt by the old man. And then he finds out that he's actually a racer. And, an old racer that won the Piston Cup long ago. And he learns how to drive. He learns how to, he learns skills and techniques that he never would have been able to learn without respecting the father and resurrecting that from the old, and learns that there's something to be discovered from the wisdom of age. And that's what it means to be a man, is to do what you say you're going to fucking do. Fix the road that you tore up. Stop traipsing around. Stop being an asshole. Stop thinking everything's about you, and instead learn that, like, if you're going to learn, you're going to have to respect your elders. You're going to have to respect what came before you. And that's the path to success. And he loses the Piston Cup in the end. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert now that it's like late as fuck at night, because this tier list has gone on to the wee small hours of the morning. But, spoiler alert. And like everybody here is asleep now. I mean, you end up catching it later. That's fine. Spoiler alert, but like he loses the Piston Cup, but he loses it on purpose because the asshole male, right? Like the Andrew Tate, using him again is like the toxic, unintegrated man, right? That cares only about winning, right? So the Andrew Tate, bad guy, the Monte Carlo, he causes a wreck. And having seen what his mentor went through, he decides to intentionally come in third place instead of win, because he stops, he backs up, and he pushes the wrecked car over the finish line. And you might think to that, well, that's self-sacrifice. That's wrong. No. It's not self-sacrifice. He valued more than anything. It's about value. It's almost subjectivist. I'm moving this to the bottom of S here. I know this is weird. The musical score sucks, and it's not a great film in terms of that. But he values winning. He does. He's a winner at heart. But the thing that he valued even more was that this was the last race of an old hero, and that hero deserves respect. And that, like, what everybody knows he won, he doesn't value the fucking stupid fucking trophy. And he's willing to give up Dino something, so that he can win. So that he can win, what he actually values, right? Which is that the old guard finishes the race instead of being broken like his mentor was and fading away in time. He deserves that one last victory, that one last second place, not being humbled by like the young people, and to be respected. And then Dino comes to him and they offer him a sponsorship deal. And then he says, no, you know what? I'm going to stick with Rusty's. They gave me my good start. Like, these are good people. These are the salt of the earth people. These are my real fans. These are the people that keep the lights running. These are the people that grow our food. These are the rusty cars that grow our food and tow our trucks and do all of the things that make society run. And I'm not going to be some media whore now. Instead, what I'm going to be is I'm going to be a man. I'm going to be a hero of the people. Not in a commie way or anything, but because he realizes what's valuable. What's valuable is tradition. What's valuable is wisdom. What's valuable is the people that keep the lights on. Cars is a based as fuck film. I'm actually going to bump it even further up as I talk about it more, mostly because it's the only fucking male one on the S tier beyond Peter Pan, which is like a mixture of both. Cars is awesome. Cars is an amazing story. Cars is based, and it's one of those ones that I think might shock you until you actually watch it and pay attention to it, because it's a silly fucking redneck film with with those silly themes. That being said, Cars 2 is trash. It's not evil, but it's god awful trash. Cars 3 is okay, but again, stupid and forgettable. Ratatouille. Ratatouille's fun. Ratatouille's a fun film. Belongs in upper B tier. Ratatouille is, about cooking, about familial, ties, about, it's a little bit of like a diversity and intellectual thing. There is like kind of like in Beauty and the Beast, but the male version of that, Ratatouille, he doesn't fit with the tribe, so he goes off and he follows his passions and his dreams, and those are good things. Bottom A tier. Ratatouille's really good. There's some based moments in there, right? Like making fun of food critics is based. I think, respecting that anybody that works hard can be that being a chef is about hard work, but also about creative genius. It's honest. It tracks with reality. Obviously, a talking rat that is an amazing chef doesn't, but you get it. The concept is everyone can cook, right? And yet everyone can cook. That shouldn't be gatekept. This form of artwork shouldn't be gatekept by the elite. These are all great films. I think they're great films. There's a love interest. It's not a mythological story. You know what I mean? Like it's not something that is gonna. That's why it's an A category. And it's not a based, as you will, but it is based. WALL-E is. Commies love Ratatouille. Sure. I mean, the dish. WALL-E is B tier. It's lower B tier. It is kind of like a dystopian bullshit about, AI and about, but I don't know. WALL-E actually I'm going to put in special/adult. There are really good themes and warnings in WALL-E, and there are really bad ones. But it's not something kids get, and it's fucking weird, and it's fucking depressing. And the same is true for Up, by the way, right? I feel about Up the same way I feel about WALL-E. These are not kids' films, right? Like these are adult films. They're in their own category. They're fucking weird. They're strange. They're sad as fuck. WALL-E is basically the only thing that saved the environment is an advanced machine made by man. Tech saved the trees. Yeah, like it's conflicting. WALL-E's I think is bad, poorly done. I won't say it's bad. It's just like there's a lot of conflicting narratives, and it's sad, and it's just like WALL-E has pre-body positivity health advice. True. Don't be fat fucks, right? Like there's base things, there's non-base things. The same is true with Up, right? The intro to Up will make you fucking cry. I don't know why it's there. It's a fucking weird story with the ADHD dog collar that talks and the sad boy and the journey, and like it's weird, it's creepy. It's not a movie for your kids. It's not a fun film to sit around and watch with the family. It's strange. It's fun. Unnecessary things here. Same with Monsters University. Monsters University is fun. Brave. Brave is an evil film. I like Brave in a lot of ways. I do. It's up there with Aladdin. It teeters on the edge of like evil and C tier. Brave is about being a strong, independent woman, unironically named Brave. It is about eschewing your family and what it is that your family wants. It's about the destruction of tradition. And it is about how she is a strong, independent woman that don't need no man. The time lapse. The intro, Silver. So I was talking about, absolutely. Brave is about being a strong, independent woman who don't need no man. And pisses her mother off because she no one listens to me. I refuse to be a part of this arranged marriage. I mean, and they sell the concept of like arranged marriage and the concept of like everyone in the room is a dumb adult. Every adult, like the man is just a stupid idiot that like, all he wants to do is fucking fight. And like, he can't behave, and he's goofy and stupid, and all the men are, gross and like, ugly, and like they're deformed, right? Like one is like a booger eating idiot. The other is like a short fool. There's like one strong man, but he's not, he's supplanted by the short fool. There's like the teenage gross person. The dad's dumb. Right, like it's an anti-male film to talk about how tradition and masculinity, masculinity is fine in her as an archer, but don't you dare be masculine in your men. Everything is, yet by the end, the father is wise. Yeah. I mean, sure. I mean, again, reality asserts itself in these films all the time. Yeah, I don't know Little Bits. I don't know why you're talking about Little Mermaid. Little Mermaid's in S tier. I mean, I guess you're controlling, but fair enough. Wall-E demonstrates the permanent gap between the human capacity of technology and the importance of human interaction, even as technology outprocesses humanity. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that like the dangers of AI is like ever present, and at the same time, I think it's overblown. So yeah, Brave is another feminist propaganda film. Does it have some based elements in it? All of these films do. Once they get edited, once they go to like, because they get edited by committee too, right? Like they do screen testing, and then they like end up deleting scenes and putting in new things, right? So these things end up they end up having these moments where they resolve. It's kind of like in music where there's like where there's dissonance between two notes, and then like there's a resolve, and sometimes that can be good and it can make up for the dissonance, and sometimes it sucks. There is a resolve that often happens in many of these films because they have to, because the story makes no goddamn sense without it. And yet they push bullshit. They push evil narratives in some of these films. Fair enough, Little Bits. I miss it all, but all the men in Brave are ooga booga. Yeah. So I mean, like, yeah, there is. You can go back and watch it. I'll put the tier list out. But again, if for you, this is about what's based and what's evil and what's in between. And in this category, how good the film is, how good the music is, how fun it is, kind of plays a role. In this, it's all about being based, and in this, it's all about being evil. These are like unnecessary sequels, dumb shit, and these are some special films. Inside Out. Inside Out is top of A tier. Inside Out's a really good film. It is not a based film in a mythological way, but there are a lot of really good themes. I think Inside Out is the musical is number one. Dude, Lion King, the musical, is amazing. Great thing to see on Broadway. Imwivana, Imwinamwivana, Imwivana, Imwinamwivana. They live in you. They live in you. They live in me. They're marching forward. Fucking great musical score in Lion King the musical. But the Lion King itself is meh. It's campy. It's done on purpose. But the musical is great. What was I saying? Oh, Inside Out. Inside Out is good. There's no mythology here. It's not that fucking deep. People try to act like Inside Out is more deep than it is, but like everything that you know in Inside Out, you can learn from attachment theory and like Psych 101, or you learn in like undergrad and college. Like it ain't that fucking deep. It's basic psychology, kind of put into a narrative structure and fantasy, and it's fun. And I don't think that there are actually that many I don't think there's a lot of bad messages. People try and act like, psychology is evil or something, and people just shut the fuck up. I mean, it's not like it's completely, it's not like it's a completely novel concept, but it's done well. It's fun. It is a growth. And I mean, it's about what it means as a girl to move to a new place and the stress that can have on children. And like, that's an important thing. And it's kind of there's a message to parents there as well, too, right? To like to recognize the developmental psychology of the children and like how they age, and to have compassion and to listen and have understanding when they're going through those stressful times, right? And to not just give them platitudes, but to try and connect with them and understand how aspects of our childhood can sometimes die as we grow. and how do we integrate those things and like what it can be to like there's a good message to parents and to children. And it's kind of fun that it plays with psychological themes. It's just not an S tier because it's not based, right? So there's that. Finding Dory it's fun, but again, it goes into the unnecessary fucking sequel. Good Dinosaur. Good Dinosaur's it's okay. You know, there's nothing bad here. Importance of family and friendship, you know, kind of based in the sense that like, you know, the family's more important than the friends you make along the way, but the friends you make along the way are still important. It's a fun film. It's not a very good film. Weird, Silver Ogre. Don't be weird. It's not a super good film, right? Like, it is, musically goofy. Animation style is like, looks like AI generated Pixar. It doesn't actually look like a Pixar film. It's not good. It's a slap together film, but it's not bad in any way. Coco. Coco is Coco belongs at the very Coco's the very bottom of S tier. Coco's a really good film. Sorry, Derek. Another film where the Latinos actually got their own film. Coco's great. The music, everything about it is very authentic, right? Like you can tell that they worked very hard to not just put together some bullshit. But they really, really worked to make a really good film. I think it's a great film. I really do. You said you Chavis and Beavis? It's a really good film. Coco's really, really good. You know, it's respecting a holiday. It's dealing with that holiday. I mean, what's the importance of Coco is that you get your just desserts in the end. That family is the most important thing. You know, that like, you know, in the end, we learn that it's a story of like the age and dementia and not to forget our forebears and not to forget our family, you know, the importance of the beauty of music and the stories that it tells. You know, it's a hero's journey for a boy to find his passions and what makes him unique. And so he separates himself from the family, but he does so in a way that respects and connects to his family. It's just a very good film. It's an incredibly good film. The music is amazing. There's not a fucking song. I dare you to find a song on Coco that you don't like, right? Like, I dare you. And you're full of shit. Like, you know, like Un Poco Loco is fucking great. Like, you know, maybe if you hear it too much, the theme song of like, Remember Me is that way. And the way that Remember Me is done is genius in the sense that that is actually the song that she remembers him by. So there's layers there in there. There's like a double entendre to the theme of the film, or to maybe to the plot of the film, as well as the fact that like it's sung in two different styles, right? It's very, very, very good. I think it was very good. Coco was surprisingly good for removing the God and Catholicism from the Day of the Dead to slip neo-paganism in there. Yeah, it's the other way around, my guy. Catholics came in and took a holiday that already existed in Latin America, and then they attached themselves and saints to it, right? Like Catholicism changed itself so that it could more easily proselytize South America. Right? So like not having and not putting Catholicism back into it. Also, I have no problem with subverting Catholicism because it's not like Catholicism is based or good. Catholicism is evil, as is all forms of Christianity, but most people aren't ready for that conversation. You can disagree, but you know, I'm gonna take the O's perspective here. All right. I think Coco's great. Wrong again. Calendar predates 1500. What do you mean? Yeah, Judaism is evil. There you go. Yeah, you weren't a little bit. So I don't know if you. I don't know how long you go back in the community. I know I've seen you before. Remember you trolling us on Twitch a little bit. In the early days of Twitch, I cooked a fucking pound of bacon. I cooked a pound of bacon and then drew pictures of Muhammad. I mean, I can do it again. Here you go. Here's a picture of Muhammad. This person is a pedophile that likes to fuck 13-year-old or 9-year-old girls, somewhere in that regard. Like and I did that and did like hate facts while I was eating bacon on stream. Like, I don't give a fuck. Bacon has nothing to do with Judaism or Islam. No, it's fuck. They can't eat pork. So I was eating bacon on stream, and then I was doing hate facts, like reading off the inbred statistics on southern England immigrant Pakistanis and things like that. So like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about Judaism. I don't give a fuck about Islam. I don't give a fuck about Catholicism. I'm not afraid to say they're evil. All those people had sex with children. Look at Gandhi. Fuck, Gandhi definitely was a pedophile for sure. Incredible 2, unnecessary remake. Toy Story 4, definitely unnecessary remake. Onward. Onward is a fun B tier film. Not a lot of mythology here. There is a lot of mythology, but it's kind of forced. It's a D&D campaign, modernized cartoon / hero's journey / resurrection of the father because single mom, etc. It's fun. It's a good film. There's a little bit of that like single mom pressure stuff, but I mean, at a certain point, is that forced propaganda or is that just dealing with reality as it is? And I think that's kind of how it is. It's like, that is reality, is that so many of us are being raised by single moms. And they kind of deal with that, and they respect the father, right? It's not like she's a widow. She's not a, you know what I mean? Like, she's not like some hoe bag or something. And so like, I think it's a pretty based film. I think it's good. I don't think it's like amazing or anything, but Onward is a great film. With a lot of good there. I mean, I think there was kind of a bit of a controversy, which made me want to see it even more from a political, perspective, which was, the guy who's from Parks and Recreation and is the voice actor on Onward, and he's like Star-Lord in that Marvel series Guardians of the Galaxy. Can't remember his name right now. He like was putting out the film. He was like making fun of like Oscars and shit, and like dunking on like a bunch of white liberals and shit. And like got in trouble for that and was like telling people to go see Onward, and he didn't give a fuck nor apologize, and I kind of like it. Like I said, Coco was surprisingly good. I just think it could have been top of S tier rather than bottom. Maybe. I think if it would have added the Catholic shit, it probably would have done a bad job of it. Soul. Soul is an evil film. Soul is a jazz film. There is no hero's journey. It's just a selfish prick who, can't deal with the fact that he was a loser and a school teacher and never got to be a jazz musician. So he lies and cheats and steals, and just does bad things because everyone deserves, their day to be special. And then the theme at the end is like this resolution, and it's like, it's stupid. It's this resolution of like, oh, he's going to accept it. So because he accepted it, they put him back in his body. And then like, instead of playing jazz, instead of doing all that, he's gonna realize that he is cool with being a teacher and take that teaching job and teach the kids. And he probably won't be fucking bitter. It's dumb. It's dumb. is dumb. There's no meaning behind it. The guy's a prick and an asshole. We're supposed to look up to his journey of finally not being an asshole that uses people right at the very end because what? Because he saves his little fucking ghost friend. Well, he works hard to save his ghost friend, mostly for his own thieving reasons. It's just dumb. He's an asshole. It's not good. It's a bad film. It's not like it should. Let me put it above. Let me put it over here with Aladdin, because it's in the same category of Aladdin, where it's like it's not like the film is propaganda for like evil messaging, like Zootopia is. Well, actually, Zootopia maybe over here. Zootopia is like that towards the end. Brave and like Frozen, they're like these feminist messaging, right? Just we're getting it like it should be. Okay, we're trying to make sure that they're in the right order. I realize I've just thrown them in there. Bambi's the most evil film, followed by the Aristocats, then Frozen, then Pocahontas, then Zootopia, then Brave, then Soul, then Aladdin. Right? Soul is just it's so shitty, and the people are in it so shitty, and like it's like watching Caillou. You know what I mean? Like your kids want to watch Caillou, and he's just like a shitty kid that's shitty to his parents the entire time. And it's just like, why would you let your kids watch this? Oh, real quick, there are some films I haven't seen. I haven't seen Turning Red, and I haven't seen the Lightyear film. Supposedly, you're supposed to see the Lightyear, Actually, I did see the Lightyear film. Now that I think about it, I just don't fucking remember it. Like, I remember like little bits and pieces about the alien and like moving and stuff. And I remember that there was like some political controversy to it, but I don't really remember why. I didn't. So 2 movies left. All right. Luca. Luca is a top of C tier film. Like, it's got some stuff in it that's not good. It's got some stuff in it that is good. He runs away from home because he's a shitty kid. Right? And because they want to force him to not go and explore the world. And he refuses, so he's going to explore the world. It's usually it's an okay meal. It's an okay, right? It happens. That's, you got to break away. So he lies to everybody and hides the fact that he's a monster, which I get it. He's with this other kid, and they have this like friendship. Other people try and say it's a gay relationship. I don't see it. I think they're just mad at it. I think they just can't. Everything has to be gay now because 2 dudes can't hang out and just have fun. So in Luca, he's the journey of this film is about like winning this little race, so that and friendship, and it's good, right? Like the friendship's good. The race is fun. There's a bully that doesn't like him, because he's just like a snotty brat. What? It would be bestiality if anything. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Guy is a fish. There's no sex. No sex. Nobody's fucking in this film. And they're both fish. So I mean, like, yeah, I mean, like, it's I think conservatives got mad at this film because they wanted to shoehorn in that it was gay when it wasn't. It's just 2 guys being friends and their and importance of friendship, and it's another one of our like mud diversity, celebrate our differences. They're fish coated. You know what I mean? Like, celebrate our differences. Like, you got to get away from home, not because you have to meet a perfect person or any of that. And then it's like, oh, he gets to go off and he gets an education. The other kid gets to go off and travel. It's not bad, right? It's okay. It's an all right film. It's not evil. There is some shoehorned in bullshit there, but at the end of the day, it's just a normal fucking Disney movie that is like kind of flops in terms of like the story and the narrative. Like you could watch like your kid, like, and again, all of these C tier films, it's like your kid can watch them. I don't think they're horrible films for your kid to watch. They're fine, but like they're not good. Like, it's not like if your kid happens to get obsessed with one of these, That sucks for you, man. But like these are avoided at all costs. All right, so last film. Elemental is evil. Elemental is an evil Disney film. I don't know how they would be gay. The director said it's a reference to him and his friends, his kids. Yeah, I had forgotten about that actually. Yeah, but I remember that there was like a hubbub about it. So Elemental. Elemental is I'm going to say Elemental is the most evil film that Disney has ever made. And it is the last film in this tier list. I will say that Elemental is the most evil film that Disney has ever made. So let's talk about it. So what are the themes? So the story of Elemental is this fire girl, her parents are immigrants, right? From another place. And in this city, the city was, a dilapidated kind of building, dilapidated city. It's been built and kind of shoved together, and it's this multicultural paradise. But not when they first get there. It was hard for them as immigrants in the beginning. And then they bring in all these new fire people, and they build this neighborhood, and they build this shop, and she grows up in the shop, and she has trouble controlling her power, and she has trouble controlling her anger. But she wants to help her parents, etc. And then her parents, have a bunch of issues with their shop, and it's going to get shut down by the city. So she wants to stop that. And so she gets with this water boy, and they chase, and they fall in love. And he realizes that, she's, she should be an artist. She shouldn't be shackled by her parents. And so she fights and fights and fights back and forth with this, falling in love with the water boy. And eventually she determines that, yes, then there's a back and forth. There's like a ceremony, etc. She determines, yes, I shouldn't take over my parents' shop, etc. And instead, I'm going to go off to art school, and I'm going to leave my parents behind. And they can figure out. They can figure out what to do. I'm going to go be an artist. Elemental is a story that is trying to shoe in, like it's like many of these, much like Zootopia, it is shoehorning in this diversity message. Shoehorning in diversity and like miscegenation, right? There's these constant references to dating, and her love life, right? Her mother is all about like she's a love guru, and I'll answer, right? She shouldn't sacrifice her happiness for her parents, but we'll get to it, right? Like, no, because I do think that if she wants to go off to art school, it's fine, but we'll get there. So throughout the whole time, there's like this earth guy, and there's like, oh, that won't work because we're fire and you're earth and we can't date. And also, for the record, it's very obvious if you like watch the film, they're Indian immigrants, right? And so she is like, she's an Indian immigrant, and it won't work. I can't date black people. It won't work. I can't date, Asians. It won't work. I can't date white people. It won't work. And then they do over and over and over again. They push this concept of like fire and water don't mix because we're different races. And then there's this scene where like he uses his belly to like as a magnifying glass with her fire to light the incense, because the mother tried to prove that like through the incense lighting ritual that they can't be in love because he's not fire and he can't even light the incense, but he uses her source of light in his belly to light it so that they can, and it swirls together. That's the sign that they're in love, is that the incense swirls. It is so over the top trying to push interracial marriages that it's like there's nothing wrong with interracial marriages, but it is trying to ham-fist it to you that like you're gonna accept whites and blacks belong together, and you're gonna fucking accept that interracial marriages is here, and don't you dare fucking say it won't work. Like it's like over the top racist in the way that it's done. Yeah, it kind of does, Derek, in a way, right? Like, I mean, it's, yeah, like you're saying, oh, they're swirling with what? It literally swirls. The incense swirls because they're in love. Like, it's over and over and over and over again, like, campy. And then she goes with this, you know, with her you know, her boyfriend, I guess, not boyfriend's family. And they're all fun and energetic, and they're artists, and everything's beautiful. And then she does a piece of artwork, and it's like, oh, look how special you are. You're not valued. Your art is so beautiful. She's like, oh, no, it's not a big deal, you know, etc. And they're like, no. Your art is amazing. Your art has to be out there. Like your art, you have to put your artwork out there. Like your artwork is special. You should never just do your art as a hobby. You're special. You're beautiful. You're amazing. Your art has to be seen in the world. So it's not even her like conflict to go to art school. She starts the film off not wanting to go to art school. She starts the film off desperately wanting to continue the family store and take over for her parents that are elderly and like dying off and continue the tradition that's important. And then like everyone pressures her into like doing what she doesn't want to do, which is go to art school. And they basically gaslight her into being like, no. Carrying on the tradition of your family is wrong. Like taking over your family store is wrong. You're in America now, so you need to have interracial relationships, and you need to go off to college and make sure you go to a nice art school college, and that's where you'll learn to be a better person. Don't fucking take over your family's store and like be a part of your family. Like don't do that. Like don't learn to be good at that. Like the saving of the family becomes like a part of the process, and it's shoehorned in, and it's not the theme. Like she never saves the family accepts her going off, and she leaves her parents, and that's when they finally give her like a ritual that's like common amongst her people, and she returns the ritual because she embraces her Indian heritage at the end by going off to fucking art school and leaving her Indian parents. That's when she finally embraces her Indian heritage that she somehow was perfectly fine with before, but somehow didn't embrace. Like it makes no fucking sense because they're just trying to shoehorn in like, don't forget she's different and diversity is our strength, and they're going to make beautiful art in art college and let everybody know like the real, like bring their diversity to the world, and it must be seen. It is like a liberal white woman's dream of how third generation immigrants need to be indoctrinated and how we need to like outbreed the races. It's like the themes, like it's like interracial marriage is fine. Going to art school, if that's what you want to do, is fine. Like all of these things that they do are fine, but it's shoved down your throat. And the entire film is political propaganda for like neoliberal Democrat fucking like views. Yeah, and it's hilarious. You're right. Like they do act like it's like oh, interracial couples, oh, fire and water don't mix, oh. And then of course it's like this, everything's better because we're together, and it's like her flame changes colors, and it's like it's so ham-fisted shoved down your throat that it's like someone was like, it's like some liberal white woman wrote this, and it's not. And by the way, you can read up on it because I'm not even lying. Like if you read up on the director about it, he's super fucking woke and like describes how it's a woke victory. And there's an article I read, I don't know, months and months ago, so I don't remember it, but like the guy that directed it is like super fucking woke, and it's all about the struggles of being an Asian immigrant, and it's a self-insert in a woman about being an Asian American immigrant, and it's like a self-insert that's like woke propaganda, political propaganda, and it's like, it's so bad. It's the worst film that Disney has ever made. And there you go. This is my tier list. All right. So starting from base, we have The Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, Cars. I think Cars might be a shocker. If you missed it, go back and check that section because I think it's an amazing film. Sleeping Beauty, Snow White, Peter Pan, Princess and the Frog, Tangled, and Coco. Special/adult only films, Robin Hood, because you got to have a talk about the taxation and the actual themes of the actual Robin Hood. Black Cauldron is a must-see movie for all adults, a masterpiece of 2D hand-drawn animation where the old guard and the new guard work together on this D&D campaign dark film. Alice in Wonderland, obviously an adult film. No, Hunchback of Notre Dame, beautiful musical score, adult. Mulan, special because it's like a tomboy film and it does it well, but it's sometimes it feels forced. It's in its own little spot. Maybe if you got a Tom girl, that's her hero. Who knows? Winnie the Pooh, the last 2D film ever made. Last hand-drawn film Disney made before they shut down the studios. It's fun. It's good. You should watch it. Wish is like, it's socialist propaganda that accidentally ends up being based and against socialism. It's funny. Wall-E and Up are depressing and weird and strange, and you all know why. A tier, Moana, Inside Out, Hercules, Pinocchio, Big Hero 6, The Sword and the Stone, Cinderella, Nemo, and Ratatouille. Followed by B tier, Bolt, The Incredibles, Onward, The Lion King, A Bug's Life, Emperor's New Groove, Encanto, Jungle Book, Fox Now and Rescuers, Wreck-It Ralph, Chicken Little, Toy Story, Monsters Inc., The Good Dinosaur. C tier, Luca, Raya and the Last Dragon, Atlantis the Lost Empire, Oliver and Company, The Adventures of Ichabod Crane, Ichabod and Mr. Toad, Fantasia, 101 Dalmatians, Lady and the Tramp, Dumbo, Tarzan, and Lilo and Stitch. Actually, I'm going to put Tarzan above Dumbo, and yeah, we'll do it like that. I'm not reading off the ones I don't remember I didn't watch. I didn't watch these two. I forgot that I didn't watch these two. I plan on watching them. Actually, I did watch this one. I just really don't remember. So I didn't watch this one. And then these are either unnecessary sequels, shit I don't remember, or just like not even worth mentioning or watching. And then in terms of evil, from least evil to most evil, we have Aladdin, Soul, Brave, which is hilarious. Soul and Brave, you could probably guess it just from the fucking name. So Brave, Soul. You can see, like, you know what I mean? Like, Zootopia, Pocahontas, Frozen, The Aristocats, Bambi, and lastly, the most evil film is one of the most recent, Elemental. That took longer than I thought it would, but in no way, shape, or form am I surprised. You like the Asian waifu right there at the end? It's a bunch of AI images. I have a fuck ton of AI images, and somehow when I'm on screen, I have 2 Asian waifu images. I think I'm going to take them out because they always just manage to fucking just happen. Oh, fuck! I meant to save it before I exited out. Oh, no. I'm going to have to watch that and recreate it. God damn it. Oh, no, it's saved. Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh. I got so scared at the end. Hold on. Let me save it now. Download the image. All right. Now I've got the image downloaded. And we'll throw it in Discord. It's been fine. It would have just taken me like a couple minutes because I would have just gone back through the stream and recreated it. It still would have been a pain. It still would have pissed me off, though. What? What just happened? Okay. There we go. Hold on. Let me go to the Discord. What? There you go. What happened to the music? Why'd the music stop? Oh, there's like a long outro of silence in that file. All right. Accidentally delete the stream? Yeah, exactly. Well, it is super late at night. It's been 5.5 hours. I'm going to go downstairs, get a snack, get something to drink, bring myself down. I feel like if you showed Elemental to an interracial couple, they would, without a doubt. And the funny thing is too, that the favorite thing about it is very clearly like an Asian lady and a white dude. Like of all the things that are like really shoved down people's throats, you could tell that they did that one like, ugh. Now do all the Star Wars shows. What I'm doing is I'm gonna eat. That's what I'm gonna do. I had fun, guys. I had a great time. Stacy Pastry, thank you so much. Little Bits, thank you for the gifted subs, or for the gifted memberships. I appreciate you guys. I really do. You'll see some shorts content coming out over the next couple weeks. But for the most part, you're not going to see me. I'll be in the Discord. I'll be on Twitter. But here this weekend, I'm getting my children for 2 weeks because their mother is getting married. So I'm going to be super busy, like taking the kids to daycare and to their school and to doing their thing, etc. You don't want to see me in shorts? Why not? All right, boys. I'm out here. Games here next? No, I got to go get some more food. Peace.